get to switch any visuals because I kind of was working on it until like 4 a.m. today.
Hello, welcome to the Fall 2020 Florida Polytechnic Virtual Game Expo. I'm Dr. Brad Tolt, Chair of the Computer Science Department. I am very proud to showcase the students' work for the game design and simulation concentration, along with some independent student teams. We are going to be streaming live interviews for each team throughout the day. Also, you can download the games on itch.io, play them online, and then vote for your favorites. Again, welcome to Florida Poly Virtual Game Expo. We will begin shortly. Hello, welcome to the Fall. Welcome to the Florida Poly Game Expo. I'm here with Devin Ryan, the author of Polygon Runner. So, Devin, tell us a little bit about the game.
Okay, so...
Go back to video. Sorry, kill it. Go back to video. I'm not getting the feed. I'm seeing it, I'm not hearing it.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Here, can you talk for me?
Hello, I'm here at the Game Expo with Devin Ryan.
Okay.
Hello, I'm here with Devin Ryan, author of Polygon Run. Okay.
We're live.
All right. Okay. Welcome back. Sorry about a minor technical glitch. Again, I'm here with Devin Ryan. He is the author of Polygon Runner, our first game up for today. So Devin, tell me a little bit about the game.
Yeah, so Polygon Run is meant to be a short and simple endless runner. A endless runner being a game where you are controlling a character that moves directly forward and avoids obstacle as the game procedurally generates the obstacles and the world around you.
Okay. And what inspired you to make this type of game?
I was looking around and couldn't find anything that interested me. But then I was like, I just looked on the App Store, tried to find a game that was enjoyable to play, found a few, and then thought of, I believe the game is called a Tomb Runner or Tomb Escape, and followed along with that. After finding that, looked up some tutorials to see if I can find out how to run or how to make a endless runner, and was lucky enough to find a tutorial by a YouTube channel called Brackies, which was extremely helpful in teaching the basics of Unity and teaching how to actually set up the game mechanics.
Okay. So tell me about your mechanics of the game. Like, what are the features of the various features of the game?
Okay, so there are a lot of different mechanics, so I guess I'll start with the most basic of the basics. The movement mechanics first. There are vertical movement, jumping up and down, and horizontal movement, moving left and right. Your character is constantly moving forward at a consistent speed, and as far as movement goes, there is okay. Thinking. I'm bad at this.
So tell me about the different other modes. So I've noticed on the video we have some areas where the screen seems to be rotating.
Yes, there are some zones that spawn in the game. They called them rotation zones, but they're not really named in the game for gameplay. And when you go ahead and when your player character goes through them, they will rotate your character's view either 90 degrees, 270 degrees, 180 degrees. It's random at which it is, but it'll rotate, and it's meant to disorient the player and make it a bit challenging to keep track of where you are.
Okay. Yeah. And what inspired that idea? So that's kind of a novel concept to throw at it. What gave you that idea?
I honestly have no idea. I was looking into camera controls to have my camera look dynamically, and found that rotating the camera in the Z-axis, moving forward and then turning in a side that really you don't see in games too often, in that rotation. I couldn't find anything of it online at all. Couldn't find examples of how to do it. Couldn't find games that actually did it that often. There are few, but those are mainly flight simulators that actually have that option. But with that, I couldn't find them, so I was like, I want to try adding that into mine.
Yeah, that works. I've noticed here on the movie we see you have your character can shoot. Is that another feature?
Yes. In the Infinite Blockade game or level, the player character can shoot whenever the player presses either the W key or the up arrow. There is a delay in between, or a cooldown between your shots that is at least half a second at all times, and the projectiles fire forward and are used to go ahead and break apart the large green walls or green blockades that would prevent you from moving forward. It takes 3 successful hits with the projectiles onto the green blockades in order to actually destroy them. But even when you have them destroyed, they still are a danger because the green blockade breaks into many smaller sections, and each of those smaller sections are consistent as another obstacle that you have to avoid. If you do not, it'll reset you.
Okay, and I'm noticing here from the video, it looks like you only get one shot. You don't get multiple chances by hitting an object. You hit any object, you just reset.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought of trying to add a health system or life system where you get multiple chances, like a 3-strike system, but while doing that seemed like it could be implemented, it made the game a bit easy. Let you go ahead and make a bunch of risks that didn't seem to match the very hectic and stressful play of the game.
Fair
So one mistake and you're out is how it is on this.
That makes sense. What are your future plans for this game?
Well, once I have this game fully completed, because there's still a lot of bugs and glitches that still need to be fleshed out, mainly collision glitches that cause the player character to bump up or bounce even though he has no visual reason for it. But when that is occurring, need to fix that. But once those are done, I would like to add additional levels and possibly convert it into a mobile game. Though converting it from button presses to actual touch sense or touch responses will be an interesting challenge.
I can see that. Oh, and here's for the viewers. This is the rotating camera mode you were talking about, I believe.
Yes, the Infinite Disorder level. I initially came up with the name of the mode Disorder because I wanted something that had a lot of confusing aspects to it. And the rotation of the camera and the completely random location or spawn locations of the obstacles definitely make this one hard to go ahead and keep up with.
And this one's Infinite Runner, so there is no end to the level, right?
Yes, the only level that has an end is the tutorial. I would not want to see a tutorial that is endless.
Fair enough. Makes sense.
But you don't have to lose to actually exit the levels. I should mention that. There is a pause menu, press escape button, and it'll show up and freeze the game while you can go ahead and exit or just resume later.
Awesome. Makes sense. I'm noticing there's different shapes. I've seen a sphere, I think I saw a cube, and I see a light bulb right now. Let's talk about that.
Yes, the initial the initial inspiration of the game, the tutorial that I've learned from, the brackets tutorial, they initially start off with a cube as the player character. So I start off with that, but I didn't want to go ahead and have the game act and look exactly like this. I wanted more options. I wanted the chance to switch things out. So I tried testing out to see if I can switch out with first a sphere. Made a sphere player character. I was like, okay, simple enough. Try a cylinder. Added that. Like, okay, these are just basic shapes. I want something, well, more interesting looking. So I looked through all the different options I had that I made, or models I made beforehand, and well, my main two options I was selecting between was a rocket ship and a light bulb. But with the rocket ship, which I didn't include in the game, when it came to rotating the rocket ship like this, it would not move forward. It would constantly catch onto the ground and would just get stuck in it, causing the game to be unplayable. So I went and decided to continue with the light bulb that I made.
That makes sense. It's definitely novel.
Yes.
All right. What other options do the players have for different settings?
Well, there is there's audio and sound effects that can be toggled on and off,
Mhm.
but that is a minor thing. Thought that was pretty much a required feature of most games. And then there is, besides picking out which player character you use or player model you use, you can also decide what color the character is. Picking between a bunch of shapes and a bunch of colors do not seem to be too amazing or complex of an idea. The reason for including these was when I actually end up converting this to be a mobile game. Most mobile games have the options of you having different player characters that you unlock over time, get to pick between, and different materials, different backgrounds, stuff like that. And I want to have the experience of actually implementing something like that. So I made it that you can pick the player's color and the player's model. In the future versions, I'll probably make it that you can pick different actual level layouts or colors. So like the standard one here would be probably the starting one, but can switch to a light mode, probably switch to a rocky terrain looking one, which will act the same way, but will go ahead and actually have different appearances mainly. And same with the obstacles that are appearing as well. You can go ahead and have those switched out to be different things that have the same, or that interact the same way, but will go ahead and have a different appearance. So you can go ahead and pick what you want. But that's future plans.
Makes sense. All right. Well, thank you. Are there any things you want to say to the audience about the game that we haven't mentioned already?
I highly suggest if you choose to play it, play the levels in order of tutorial, endless blockade, and then infinite blockade and infinite disorder. And additionally, if you're doing infinite blockade, please do not use the cylinder. It shoots backwards. So you will not hit the blockade and you'll just lose immediately.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That was Devin, and that was Polygon Run. Thank you very much.
You.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Amount of cats.
Okay, can we get a mic test?
I've got 3 dogs and
Okay, mic test.
So I've got 2 cats,
Two
and
cats.
1 dog instead.
One dog.
It's considerably less, a lot more manageable.
the Word document and not
So
the
yeah,
laptop
they're
drivers.
great. Are we good?
I think so.
Cool. Welcome. I'm here with Nathan and sorry, Ethan. And what's the name of your game?
Our game's name is Echoes in the Dark.
Echoes in the Dark. Echoes in the Dark. So tell me a little bit what inspired this game. Like, what's it about?
So our game is an atmospheric horror game. It's the idea is to present a setting that the player is in that inspires the horror feeling as opposed to just jump scares or things like that.
So we hope it's still a little bit creepy, just in the traditional sense.
Excellent. So how do you play the game? Like, what's the strategy for playing the game?
So the idea is that it's got a bunch of first-person shooter elements, but it's used subversively. So there's enemies that you shoot at, but we try and disincentivize doing that as much as possible by pretty much being stacked against you.
So explain why is that stacked against you? It's contrary to most popular games.
So
Where
our
shooting's
central
bad.
mechanic of our game is that enemies follow audio,
Okay.
and so the gun makes a lot of noise.
Oh.
And
Okay.
if you shoot at something, that's pretty much a guarantee that it will run at you, and in 3 hits, you die.
Oh, okay.
So we force this upon the player, like right there, by making them have to shoot the gun to progress. So it instead becomes, how do I use the gun smartly?
Okay, and I noticed right there we had some sort of white flash go down the tunnel. Can you explain what that is?
So one of the mechanics in the game is that you can listen out for enemies, which is what that effect is supposed to represent. it expands the distance that you can see by showing a silhouette as it travels down the tunnel. But in addition to that, it also changes the way that the audio in the game is mixed. So whenever you use that, it drowns out any ambient sounds, so you can just focus on what sounds the enemies make, and it's supposed to give the player a little bit of a better idea as to where things are as they're moving around and how they can avoid them.
Okay, excellent. No, that's a neat mechanic. So what's the goal of this level?
So the goal of this level is to reach an elevator that's at the very end, but before you can activate that, you have to reach a generator. And to use both of those, you have to shoot them. So it instead becomes, I have to reach this generator and shoot it, which is right there, but that gunshot triggers enemies.
I see. Excellent. And I'm noticing kind of an interesting effect with the art and the shading. You want to talk about that?
So I implemented a custom shader for the lighting here. We wanted to have a really heavy-handed shading to everything, and there's a little bit of a trial to get that out, just because there were so many different light types we had to support, and every time I've implemented shaders like this before, it's mainly focused on just one. But I'm pretty happy with how the results turned out. If you want to talk about the artistic inspiration.
Yeah. The whole look of this whole genesis of this game started with we're really big fans of the comic Hellboy, and we want to try and capture a similar kind of that kind of harsh, bright colors with heavy shadows look. And we started there and then made a horror game out of that.
Nice. I see. What were your roles in the project?
So my primary role was in level design, mechanical design, creating a bunch of the level assets, like the hallways you're walking through, things like that, and character modeling and animation.
Oh, so these are all your characters?
Yes. And I also did the gun.
Oh, excellent.
And I did a little bit of everything here. I did some detailing with the environments. I mostly focused on programming and then the lighting.
Okay, excellent. Apart from what you've already mentioned, what challenges did you encounter by making this game, when you were making this game?
Probably the biggest challenge was just the overall time constraint. We definitely could have started working on it a little bit earlier, but that was mostly self-imposed on us. Other than that, though, probably getting all the art assets pumped out.
Yeah. There were some points where I was doing a character model a day, getting those started, rigged, animated. It got pretty heavy on that.
I see. Yeah, no, the art does take time. I'm noticing this character just exploded on the screen.
Yeah,
So
that's
talk
one of
about
our
that.
enemies. So the point of that enemy is that you shoot it and it creates a louder noise than your gun. So you can use those as kind of to draw enemies away.
Mm.
So these are placed throughout this whole cave level, which is our second level. It's a lot more expansive than the first one.
And what's the objective of this level? Same thing, or is there something else?
So there's a big giant door at the end, and that'll be pretty easy to notice once it's on screen. But throughout the level, there's 5 crystals floating around, and you have to shoot all of those to open the door.
Okay. I'm noticing some green things that are running, or that were up on the cliff. What are those?
I guess they're technically enemies. They're weird little frog creatures we made. They've got 7 eyes. We just wanted to have some life,
No, that makes sense.
just to make the player feel a little like they're not in their natural place.
You can see here the statue that was just triggered. It should get some enemies running in here. Although this level's pretty big, so.
What was your favorite part of this game?
For me, it's just how the look turned out of everything. Just just seeing how the lighting turned out, the levels with the shading on them, and characters running through it. It looks pretty much like how we wanted it to look. So that was really nice to see, because we've had games before where it's this does not line up with our mind's vision.
Yeah, The art is definitely the biggest thing for me that I'm proud of here. It turned out almost exactly how I wanted it. And I implemented the shader, so like I look at it and I see problems still, but on the whole, I'm really happy with it.
No, it was good. It was very good. Is there a story to the game? There's inside the game.
Kind of, but there's not any like narrative like thrown at the player. I guess the idea is you fell into a cave. It starts with like a cutscene where there is sound effects of like a cave in, and then you got to go deeper. If there's any way out, you got to go deeper to find it.
Okay.
And so as you're going, things get weirder. So this is like a cave after the mine shaft, but there's that giant door, and behind that are much weirder things.
Excellent, excellent. All right. So what other enemies are there? We have the exploding statues. We have the enemies that are attracted to sound, and we have the what do the
The frogs
frog
don't really
enemies
do anything. They explode when you shoot them.
Oh, okay.
There is in the third level, there is an enemy that has a light cone, and if you step in that, they'll track towards you. So
Okay.
all these enemies are blind technically. They just see you with sound. But the enemies in the third level can actually notice you with like a regular like vision cone.
Okay.
A little bit more like a typical stealth game. We wanted to try and like continually subvert the player's expectation here between firing the gun being a bit of a not good thing in our game, and then also at the final level of the game introducing enemies that can see you in the traditional sense.
I see. So keep them on their toes, essentially.
Yes.
Excellent.
Big giant spotlights put on the player when those ones show up.
Excellent. Do is there scenes in the third level in this?
Yeah, yeah, they're coming up.
All right.
I after you shoot that crystal, I pretty much cut this to where it just gets right to the next stuff after that. More or less.
This is the listening effect again. With the bigger levels, it's a lot more. It's a lot more useful. The mine shaft's very cramped feeling, but as the game moves on, the levels continually get larger, and that effect helps you see things a lot better.
I could see. What are your plans for the game going forward? Farther, going to take this farther, or?
This game's done.
It's
Yeah.
done.
There's a couple things I'd like to clean up, like the enemy AI is not as complex as I initially intended it to be. It's just sort of the way we had time to spend on things. Other than that, though, I am pretty happy with how things have turned out.
This is the third level.
Yes.
All
So
right.
this is a temple. So there's a giant heart beating up at the center of the level, and you got to climb upwards. There's nothing to like shoot at as an objective in this level. It's just making it to the end.
I see. And then those are the enemies you were talking about with the
Yes.
seal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we got a good close up of them here, but they're creepy looking. I'd say those. If I'm proud of any specific thing, I'm really proud of how those things look. I mean, if you look at them really close, they look kind of funny, but they're weird and creepy.
Yeah, I think that was our main goal here, is to have less of something that like screams horror and just more of something that produces an unsettling tone overall, whether that's through the setting or the enemies or even the gameplay.
Very good. Very good. Excellent. Are there any other things you wanted to comment about the game?
Nothing too much I could think of. It was a really fun game to work on, just as like a stylistic challenge. Just working in this kind of like lower poly aesthetic than we're usually using, making something a little bit out of our wheelhouse, because we've never really done a horror game before. So this is some new challenges, but it was also really fun.
Yeah, earlier in the semester we experimented a little bit with some first-person shooter mechanics, and I think we kind of just wanted to make something different this time around. We spent most of our game development time working on an RPG, and this is obviously very far from that. Yeah, just experimenting with different concepts and implementations really is the thing that we've gone for here.
Excellent. Excellent. And the game name again?
Echoes in the Dark.
Echoes in the Dark. Echoes in the Dark. You can play it on itch.io. Thank you very much, Ethan, Nathan. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
Hello, I'm here with Matthew. He is the author of Pacific Battlestorm. So, Matthew, why don't you tell me about your game?
Thank you. I am Matthew Hill. I've made Pacific Battlestorm. It is a real-time strategy game based on the era of World War II during the American island-hopping campaign during the Pacific. This is a game where you control the aircraft carrier, USS Enterprise, and control the aircraft on the deck and launch them to use them against the Japanese forces. So you have different aircraft that you can click and select. You can select both the aircraft carrier and the aircraft. So you can click or click and drag select both of them, as you can see happening. The aircraft you can control and move around by right-clicking, and same with the aircraft carrier. So here I'm just launching some aircraft, moving them into position, and showing that there are Japanese aircraft inbound. So there are two types of aircraft you have, fighters and torpedo bombers. These aircraft are specialized for each task, where the fighters can attack enemy fighters and torpedo bombers, while the torpedo bombers only attack ships. As you can see there, the combat happens automatically, where anything in front of the aircraft or torpedo bomber will automatically get shot. So you're controlling the movement where they aim and attack, as well as the controls for if you need to retreat them and land them again. So here I'm just still skirmishing enemy aircraft, keeping my aircraft carrier nice and safe. And then I'm planning on launching torpedo bombers here shortly to attack the enemy ships inbound. So when aircraft get damaged like this, I can return them back and direct them to land back at the aircraft carrier. So I told that one fighter to return back, so it got moved to return to the aircraft carrier, and when landed, it will repair its health and rearm its ammunition. The torpedo bomber only has one torpedo, so the torpedo needs to be replenished at the aircraft carrier in between launches. Therefore, you need to prioritize managing which aircraft to use, because you only have so many for your mission. And at the beginning of the mission, you can dictate how many fighters and torpedo bombers you want from the range of the maximum aircraft you can have on the carrier. And then here's the enemy torpedo bombers coming in, so you have to have fighters to help shoot them down. Your aircraft carrier can defend itself with the anti-aircraft batteries, but these are not necessarily the most effective as you see them starting to fire. So you normally need fighters to help defend. The torpedo bombers make attack runs and do significant damage to your aircraft carrier, so you really cannot let too many strike at once. So the multitasking here is not quite good on my part, where the carrier's just sitting there taking damage, but that's also to show that that does happen. Then I'm still prioritizing for pretty much the remaining portion of the mission, getting the torpedo bombers launched now to go strike the Japanese fleet. The mission objectives to win are to complete a certain number of these objectives shown on the left side of the screen. In this mission, you have to destroy a certain number of the Mogami-class cruisers, the Japanese A6M30 fighters, and then the B5N2 Cape dive torpedo bombers. So in this case, you need to complete all three of the objectives, but some levels have more than the required number of objectives to complete.
Excellent. And I'm just curious, is there a story to the inspiration of this game? Like, it seems like you've done a lot of research into this era.
Yes, so I'm quite a big fan of various periods of the war, especially during World War II era. I already had a game idea for a different similar concept for World War II, so I was really looking into how to still implement something that I was really interested in. So this is a take on naval and air combat for the Pacific theater during World War II. So it was just inspired by how do I get interesting combat based around the aircraft carrier gameplay, which in this case takes place on a much smaller scale than it would historically happen, but it still provides for interesting gameplay.
No, for sure, for sure. I'm noticing interesting art style here. Can you talk about like how you decided to go this direction with your art, and what was your general thought for that?
Yeah, so for the most part, it's pretty simple because as a solo developer, I only really have so much time I can manage to develop assets, and I've had previous experience with low poly style vehicles. So I knew before this project that I could handle the low poly asset style and accomplish modeling all of these vehicles within the time span. So it was much more simple for me to use a lower poly style and still get a standard higher quality look and still feel confident that the style will hold up. And plus I also just like the low poly style. It's very common for beginner developers these days just because it is a simpler style to manage.
No, it looks good. It looks very good. So on your level design, did you actually set up semi-historically accurate battles, or these are just made-up scenarios?
So they're not, unfortunately. I would definitely love to have historically accurate battles, but in this case it's not quite realistic situation because many historical battles took place on such a large scale where the carriers were nowhere near the action that took place, especially with regards to the aircraft. So the aircraft would be launched hours in advance, fly many miles to the enemy fleet, and engage them there. And on the scale that the game is based around, you can't really do something of quite that scale for just getting the missions to feel quite right. So it's all on a smaller scale. The islands are sort of just thrown around for different gameplay purposes and using them to use the cover and different features for that. So they're not historical, but I would definitely like the possibility to eventually add some historical different levels and missions.
Oh, for sure. And I noticed it just said mission complete. So is this a new mission?
Yes, so that was level 1 that just got completed. I had finished torpedo bombing the 3 or 4 Mogami class cruisers, and this is the beginning portion of level 2, where you have an additional mission objective to destroy the Shokaku aircraft carrier that the Japanese has. So there are more aircraft that you have to worry about for this mission specifically, because there is that additional threat of an aircraft carrier there. So I believe you still only have 3 mission objectives you have to complete, but it is still quite dangerous to do the combat against these amounts of aircraft and then still managing your torpedo bombers well enough to be able to sink all of the ships that are in the mission.
No, that makes sense. I just, another question, I lost it. Oh, I know, so are there any other ships? I know so all you have right now is an aircraft carrier. Are you going to have it, or is this partial to the historical point in the war where all we had was aircraft carriers, or were you going to add more?
So most of the ships are for the Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
The only ship that you actually have for the US is the USS Enterprise that you control. So I would have liked to have the supporting ships around the aircraft carrier, but I didn't quite have time to focus on how to get that to function as gameplay, so I didn't worry on modeling those. But for the Japanese, I have the Mogami class heavy cruiser, and then I have the Shokaku aircraft carrier, and then I also have the Yamato class battleship, which is in mission 3. So you get experience on fighting multiple ships. They each have different variety of armament. They have the main cannons, which if you get too close with your aircraft carrier, will shoot you. And then with the anti-aircraft batteries, they have a different variety and number of them. So for like the Yamato class, it's much more difficult to fight because it has a lot more aircraft batteries, which will shoot down your aircraft quicker.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. And I remember my question now. One of the challenges historically was the range and like how far the fighters could fly. Do your fighters have a range they can go, or was that just the logistics of having to reload the torpedo the only thing you have to worry about? Yeah,
so they don't have any range aspect for fuel management just because it is a pretty small range. It wouldn't make sense for them to run out of fuel slightly up your screen on the level. So it is just the ammunition management and the health. And most importantly, it's the health, because you only have so many of the fighters and torpedo bombers in the first place. So for the torpedo bombers, yes, they only have 1 torpedo, but they are quite effective. So you spend a lot of your time managing, keeping your torpedo bombers up, and then making sure you have fighters that deal with the different waves of aircraft that come at you.
Excellent, excellent. Is there anything else you want to talk about in the game? Anything you want to mention?
This is pretty much it, where you just manage the aircraft carrier, you launch and land. The aircraft, as you can see, do occasionally have a little difficulty getting to that waypoint to go and land, so sometimes you do have a little extra micromanagement. And then the clicking, of course, as you might have noticed, is not telling the vehicles, like the aircraft and ships, to go exactly where you want, specifically on the aircraft side, because they have elevation. That is something that did not quite get touched up on enough, and this gameplay video is not quite the final product, where there was some changes to how a few of the things work and the quality of the visuals after this point. And there was additional sounds. I don't know if you can hear, but there was additional sounds added after this point.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Matthew. Again, this is Pacific Storm. You can play on itch.io. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
1.
Hello, I'm here with Evan and Luke. They are the authors of Somnium. And so tell us a little bit about the game.
Well, Somnium is kind of this strange early Windows dreamscape game where you meet some interesting characters and the operating system is a little corrupt in some places, so you find some interesting artifacts of that. And by meeting all these characters, you kind of help them along the way, and that kind of leads to its own narrative and stuff.
All right. And can we bring that up? The gameplay? There we go. Okay, I like it already. So you have the old school DOS window. Okay. Let's see.
Yep, so we have this whole kind of facade operating system that in most functions that it shows, it is operational. So it has a functional command prompt and a little file explorer, start menu, stuff like that. And it kind of operates within its own kind of realm of, you know, this very unique, obviously emulating Windows 95 and 98. So we have a lot of, you know, quirky sound effects for every time you click or something like that. And this is just the shell for the game. It acts as our UI, but it also adds this kind of depth of what this game is about and what makes it interesting. So yeah, we just have simple controls that are playing through now, and then, you know, stylized options just for the same effect. We do have active saving in this game, so every kind of element you get and stuff like that kind of automatically saves to your disk. This is the starting animation, and it's where, basically this is where things start to go a little off than you expect. It's like you go in and crash into this strange new world inside the operating system. So you have to interact with these characters, yeah.
All right, excellent, excellent. So what is the point of this game? Like, I see floating letters behind the knight's head.
Right, so basically, because you crashed in following your email that you were trying to send, all the letters got scattered, and so it's your job to kind of pick them up as you go along, and each level is themed after the color in CYMK, cyan, yellow, magenta, and key, which we interpreted as black, you know, as most printers do. And so each of these characters kind of have a very unique involvement with that theme. And the whole point is just you go in and interact and help these characters on each level. So yeah.
Excellent, excellent. And are all these art assets yours?
Yes. So all of these art assets are ours. Actually, all the textures for all the characters and everything come from one sprite sheet. They're just UV mapped cleverly, so one sprite sheet can cover the entire game, which also adds, you know, a nice simple unification of the theme. Since we don't have that much variety in the first place. It's also that we have an interesting method of animation. While normal animations for games would use armatures and rigging and weighted vertices, we use shape keys, and that's how we got that kind of snap effect of blend shapes. And we specifically wanted that because we're emulating a two-dimensional art style of, you know, a very low frame rate, and kind of where everything kind of looks flat from head on. And so we strategically place the player head on, and then we can animate these characters, just, you know, snap animation. We get to control the frame rate, we get to control how much of the shape key is adding on to the actual mesh at that given point, and so that adds for a really unique animation.
Excellent, excellent. So what did each of you do? What were each of your roles in the game development?
So I was mainly the artist and, you know, programming artist whenever a graphical thing needed programming. Luke, however, did a lot of the UI. And
Yeah, I was very involved with the software engineering and the programming. There's by the end of it, there were a lot of scripts that went into this project, and it was a lot of fun to sort of solve a lot of the challenges, like he mentioned, especially with the user interface, because I got a bit carried away, but I had a lot of fun doing it. So
yeah, so we basically have these two games. One's completely UI, one's completely like 3D, and, you know.
I think I just noticed a spaceship right there. Did I notice a spaceship?
Yes. That's the end to this first level, is basically this moving platform that goes up and down. We did the old trick of, you know, inheriting velocity, rigid bodies, that kind of that kind of deal. Another cool little quirk of this level particularly is the fog clears up as you get higher and higher. So it's kind of a little reward if the player falls. They can see more of the level so they're not as mad as resetting. And we didn't get to put a lot of it in the final build, but there is this non-Euclidean effect of having things be portals kind of effect that we never used. So we used it only in that one spot, and we use it for some outside effects on other levels, like a 3D skybox, but we only got to really use it there.
Excellent. All right, so that what was that? You gave the person an eyeball?
Yeah, so we found another character and we stitched it onto another character, and that gave him 3D vision. And so that was helping the cyan level. And then the next is yellow, and this was kind of based around the strange spider solitaire in Windows XP, where there's a spider on a card box and that's the icon. So that's where we got inspired for this. So yeah, all of these characters are super quirky and very odd in their own sense. And each level is supposed to reflect that as well, because the yellow level now is a completely different mechanic. It changes as the player progresses. So now they have to navigate this changing landscape. And this is probably the weakest level out of the whole game, but it is still visually striking, which is all we really cared about. And the characters are really quirky, so it works.
And so while we're watching this, I'm curious, Luke, with the UI, how did you get that style match so perfect? Like, you can look at that and it's Windows 95 or Windows 3.1. How did you pull off that style match?
So I've worked with a lot of Unity projects before, and I'm so familiar with like its canvas system that like I knew it so in and out. I was like, I need to make like an operating system to just go so all out on a project. And a lot of the art assets were actually hand done, and I had like essentially on my second monitor, I just had like the exact like Windows 95 like screenshots, and I tried my best to emulate it. I even have like color palettes of like what the accurate colors were for like certain generations of Windows.
Okay, and I would say you did a really good job there. Like, you get that effect is very prevalent. So here I see we're collecting cards. Obviously, something to do with the spider solitaire. What's the plot line for this level?
Basically, the cards act as like the spiders. What the spider takes care of, like the spider's responsible for all the cards, and the cards kind of ran away or doing their own thing, and you just have to bring them back to the spider. See, there's only 3 because we didn't really want to or have that much time to make a bunch of variations on this one level. Because we ended up making 4 levels, not 3, for this game in whole. Mainly because we really wanted the theme of the black level, and the ace doesn't have a face, so it doesn't say anything. So yeah, you bring back all the cards. And a short little dialogue segment afterwards, and you go through the door again. You're back at the hub. Each time you go back to the hub level, it's the knight will say something different as he's clearing up the debris that you crashed into beforehand. And in each iteration, you can see more of that debris being cleared until eventually you clear the magenta level, and now that debris is gone, and you're allowed to go to the last level.
Okay. So what's the story here? I see flowers. Mm-hmm.
The story here is that the character you're helping doesn't have legs, and you have to go bring the door at the end of the level back to her. As well as we introduce a new mechanic of like the launch pads, and that's a very interesting kind of more fun mechanic just for the platforming aspect.
Definitely my favorite.
Yeah. This level we also use a lot of the pixelation effect, and that was a really fun and interesting thing to do, where we can choose certain objects in the game that we want pixelated, and then we basically have a dedicated camera to only render those, and then recast them onto a render texture, alphaed out by their Z value, so that way we can control exactly the thematic elements of the level with that sense.
I see. Well, that was impressive. So, now I know the UI was planned. Like it sounds like the UI was planned for sure. Did the final the final aesthetics of the game turn out the way you imagined?
They're a little less crazy than we imagined, as I say, as a photorealistic pink dogs on the screen. This is all inspired by a very popular YouTube animation by animator Joel G, named Ina Extinction Party, and it's a threatening title, but it's really lighthearted and stuff. And so it was a very inspiring thing because it was so different than anything we'd ever seen before. They were like, hey, we gotta make something related to this or inspired by it. So yeah, it's very interesting how that came about. And we reached out to Joel G himself, and he said he's really happy to have inspired us, and everything's working out really well.
Excellent. So that was the third level. This is the final level?
This is the final level.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's going to cut here, so you got to download the final game.
Okay, you got to play it. All right.
Yeah, it is a narratively complete game from start to finish.
Excellent.
So yeah, that's pretty much most of the gameplay you'll see, and then you get closure with the knight and his concern with how he's going to be seen by the looming king figure that you hear about. So yeah, that's our game.
Excellent. Well done. Do you have anything else you want to say about the game?
Go to itch.io.
Yeah,
play our
download
game.
it, please. Play it, rate it.
Yeah, definitely. This is Somnium on
Somnium.
itch.io.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And out.
All right.
Awesome.
Good job. Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? You didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
Hi, if you're just joining, welcome to the 2020 Game Expo at Florida Poly University. I'm your host, Christian Navarro. With us today, we have the developers for a new game called Electric Storm, with our developers, Jonathan Dixon and Nathaniel Floor. Can you go ahead and tell us a little bit about the game?
Yeah, so Electric Storm is a retro shoot 'em up. It's intended to be made in the style of old like NES games and arcade games. There's 3 levels to it. So you start out, and on the first level you just have your basic weapon, and you fight enemies. There's 3 difficulty settings. So in a second here on the video, it'll go to the controls. It's simple, just W, A, S, and D to move up, down, left, and right, or up, left, down, and right, rather. You can press space to shoot as well as left click. Throughout the game you get new weapons, so you can cycle through them. And then there's other buttons to return to the level and go to the main menu, or return to the main menu and go to the next level and stuff. So here is the gameplay. Like I said, you can move up, down, left, right, shoot enemies, and yeah, every level has a boss, and the game is basically just going through all 3 levels.
Now, do either of you enjoy playing games in this style, retro games? What would some other games be like this?
Yeah, so I'm really into retro games. My favorite game is Shovel Knight, and so I really enjoy games similar to what, I played a lot of Game Boy Advanced and GameCube as a kid, and so a little bit of older games.
Yeah, I'm kind of similar. I love the retro games. I think, I played Pokemon games and everything. I know I love pixel art is probably some of my favorite art styles as well. So I love the style.
Well, I love the style too. I grew up on these kind of games. We didn't call them retro back then. But you did acquire the side-scroller retro style. How would this game be unique or different than other side-scrollers? Well, how do you feel that this game is unique from other retro games? What components did you put in here that really make it special to you? What's your favorite part?
I think the thing that sets it apart the most is the weapons that you get by defeating bosses. So when you defeat a boss, you get a new weapon for the next level. There's not too much that is overly revolutionary. We're definitely planning on continuing working on the game, and there will be more stuff to come. But at least in this version, it's more of an homage to older games than trying to reinvent.
Yeah, this game is also kind of more of like a proof of concept for something that we want to do later on. Mm-hmm. So it's the start of something.
Okay, was that a boss?
Yes, that is the boss. It should be pointed out that this video was taken a little bit before we finished all of the aesthetic things, and so I don't think you could tell that the boss was being damaged, but that's been updated for the release of the game.
There's also a little bit that'll kind of scroll by in the background as well to make it feel a little bit more alive.
Aesthetic changes for sure.
And
okay.
then,
yeah.
How hard do you think this game would be for a new player? Or is it pretty self-explanatory?
If you play it on easy or normal, it is fairly easy to get the hang of. Hard is where it gets a bit more challenging. I've had a couple of my friends play test it who are really good at with the shmups stuff, and they said it was a little bit difficult on hard, but just a welcome challenge.
And
But
I've
they
had
said-
several friends play it who don't play a lot of games like this, and they definitely found that easy mode was a challenge. So it wasn't like it was just handed to them, but it was challenged in a way that they wanted to overcome it. And many of my friends were actually able to defeat it, at least level 1 on easy, that don't really play games that much. So we feel like it's a good amount of challenge that invites the player to get better instead of excluding players who aren't already good at these kinds of games.
Okay, so they learn while playing.
Yeah,
Excellent.
it definitely requires you to kind of like learn what's going on while you play.
Now, there's a lot of action in this game. There's really cool retro graphics. I love the helicopters. Reminds me of Chopper Command in the 80s that I used to play. I'm curious, is there a narrative that ties us together, a story in the background?
We're not at liberty to disclose the narrative. Like we said, we're planning on continuing developing into a more full game with much more levels and a lot of narrative actually tying it together. So you can think of this as kind of a prequel of a full game that will be released under the same name, hopefully next year. But yeah, then you'll be able to see some narrative.
So when you're talking about a release, are you talking about Steam or some other platform?
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully. Yeah, we're working with another friend, Paul, who did some of the art and music, which, if you get the chance to check it out, the music is amazing.
It's really good.
So-
Which we can't even claim the music. It's
Yeah.
very well done.
So you heard it here first. Electric Storm available not on Steam but at Florida Poly's very own itch.io, to be soon released in a full release. Maybe you said next year.
Hopefully by the end of next year, the latest.
So you may want to get in on this action while you can. So how do we win the game? Is it just constant levels? You have to beat the boss. Is there a final boss?
There's 3 levels. So at the start of the game, you can either just hit start game and choose your difficulty and go through them in a row, or you can hit level select and select which level you want to play and play from there. But each level has enemies that you have to defeat, and then after a minute or two, the boss will come out. You defeat the boss, and then once you defeated the boss, you unlock your new weapon, and you can go on to the next level. There's 3 levels, and so 3 bosses, and that's basically all there is. So there's the congratulations screen for beating the ship, and there's a new weapon.
Can you tell us about those weapons?
Yeah, so after defeating the first boss, which is the cruise ship, you get a boomerang. The boomerang goes out and returns. If you dodge it, then it goes behind you. So, without it, there's a limitation where you can't hit anything behind you, but now with the boomerang, you're able to kind of lead shots to things that are coming up from behind.
Okay.
And so, so on the second level, there's a new type of enemy. It's a jet that tries to track your vertical position. So it's a lot more challenging than the helicopters were in level 1. And so the second level boss is a bird robot that shoots missiles at you that you have to fight. And then the third level, we're gonna preserve the secret for when you play it on itch.io. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you have to play it on itch.io to find out what the third level, the
Keys
bonus
into playing it.
and the boss is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If there's anything different than what we're seeing right now that's available on itch.io, what do you think you would like to expand on in the future?
You mean like currently for the third level, or what we
Or
plan
any
to do
level
in the
beyond
future? Well, right now in the third level, the third level is pretty much just a boss level. We would like it to kind of keep that a secret, so like the player could just go play it themselves.
It's fun.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of fun. We're happy with how it turned out. But I guess what I will say is from the bird boss that you beat here, since he was themed around missiles, the next weapon you unlock is a missile launcher.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll track the closest enemy, not boss, and then go and hurt it.
Yep. And then other changes that aren't reflected in the video is on level 1 we were able to add some aesthetic things like an island going across the background to kind of give it a better, more cohesive feel, like you're there flying over the water.
Oh, okay. I saw on level 2, it looks like you had a sun and maybe a dusk type setting.
Yeah, that was really fun.
That was a nice
This is my favorite one that we did by
at
far.
first level 2 was just blue background, and we were really bored with that. And so we made a gradient image and then put a sun asset, and I think you imported a Unity package for 2D point lights. And so we were able to have it, have this nice lighting effect on the environment. Seems like the video is glitching out. But yeah, so throughout level 2, the sun goes down, and once the sun is gone and the light's gone, the boss comes out and you have to defeat him.
Yeah, so
Oh,
the boss
wow.
spawns kind of lined up for when the sun sets.
So the background is changing while there's gameplay going on, and they're all
Yep.
tied together.
Yep.
Well, that really makes
Yeah.
the game more immersive.
Well,
Well, there's a lot of action in that. I'm kind of wondering, what was the most difficult part of this? The game mechanics, the graphics? Can you tell us about some of your difficulties?
so probably the hardest thing was we didn't do a ton of pre-planning, or well, we did pre-planning, but throughout the process and making the game, we decided that we wanted to change it and kind of like upgrade it, add a little bit more. So the hardest thing was after we went in and we coded something, we would have to like go back in, recode it, rechange it a little bit. So it was just kind of like the changes that we decided to do was the hardest part.
Oh, okay.
Keeping it all cohesive was.
Yeah.
But we got it to where it all works together, and it's definitely not spaghetti code.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, that makes me think there's 2 of you working on this team. You said it's not spaghetti code, but how do you define your roles when working on the same game?
Well, we used Unity has a cloud integration to where you can work on the same game at the same time, and it's actually really cool. Even if you edit the same files and you publish your changes, and the other person downloads, it won't overwrite. It only overwrites if there's a conflicting error in the code. And so we're able to use Discord and just sit on voice call, or if one of us was only available, then we would work alone, and just say, hey, are you working on this file? Oh yeah, I'm working on level 2 right now. And it's like, okay, well, I won't publish my changes yet. And so we were able to figure out what each other was working on, and able to figure out what we could and couldn't do to overwrite. And so, if we were like, oh, we need to make sure that the missile tracks correctly and goes the right speed, you work on that, I'll work on making sure the helicopters shoot at the right rate and stuff like that. So we're always kind of trying to work on different stuff, and not, overwrite each other's stuff. And we also make sure to follow, naming protocols and use the same camel case and all that kind of stuff, so that we could read each other's code and use comments and things like that, so that it was consistent.
So it sounds like you definitely have the basics down for working together as a team.
Yep.
But what kind of skills do you think you could acquire to become better game developers in the future, when maybe you're going to be working on a AAA title someday?
I think it's mainly just kind of completely doing the pre-planning and committing to something that we want to do beforehand. Because like I said, we went back through and we're like, this doesn't feel quite right. We wanted to change it, or we wanted to add something. So I think we would need to go in and actually like plan and commit to something more so.
Okay, more planning.
More time devoted to really, really defining what we want and what we don't want before moving into development. So that when we are developing, we don't have to say, oh, we didn't even think about this problem, or we didn't even think about this, enemy we want to implement, and have to change things around. So.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Do you have any plans after Florida Poly?
I hope to get into some game company, work with them, kind of like build up my knowledge, and on the side, working together with John to make our own games. But that's pretty much it. I just really hope that I can get into like a game company. That's the plan.
All right.
Yeah. Similarly, we're both graduating in May. I'm getting married actually in May, so I'll have to get a job so I can support that. I've got some, opportunities. I work at Publix, and so I might move to corporate. But similar to him, I'd love to work at a game company, indie preferably, and then work on my own games on the side, and hopefully be able to move into that being my career, working on projects that I'm passionate about.
Well, it sounds like you've got an excellent start. I really love the retro graphics and the mechanics. I see similarities to Chopper Command I used to play in the early 80s. 1942, I believe, was another one. It actually had a blue screen like this with clouds, and you fought planes during different eras, going from helicopters to biplanes, the chop to jets. So I'm seeing some of the similarities, which I just really enjoy this kind of a game aesthetic.
Yeah, we're really happy with how it turned out, and we're really excited to see what we can do in the future and how we can evolve it.
Okay, excellent. So if you're also watching on Twitch TV and play in the games at itch.io, make sure to do the judging for these games. Give your ratings for all the games. We just heard about Electric Storm, so go ahead and play it, download it, see what you think of it, and give it an honest rating. Let us hear your feedback. We really like to know what you're thinking. So again, we have Jonathan and Nathaniel in the studio with us with Electric Storm. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Hello, if you're just joining, welcome to the 2020 Game Expo at Florida Poly University. I'm your host, Christian Navarro. With us today, we have developers for the new game, Crystal Coalescence Dispersed. We have in the studio with us Nathaniel, James, and Andrew. Can you go ahead and tell us about Crystal Coalescence Dispersed?
So, Crystal Coalescence is a game about a girl who has like multiple personalities and multiple abilities associated with each of those personalities. So one of her personalities is sort of a shyer, sort of like nerdy girl who can hack things. One is a faster girl who's kind of depressed. And one is like a really happy, pumped up girl who can lift things above her head. So the goal is to break into this secret facility called at a company called Lazel Corp. And they've got a security system built out of lasers. So as you can see in the video, you got a laser bouncing into that mirror there, and our playtester, who's the one that's playing the character right now, can rotate the mirror and shoot it into the receiver on the left-hand side of the screen. And she was demonstrating changing characters. The hacker character can rotate the camera as she's doing there. Which is a little jarring right now, but we want to make it better. Do you guys want to say anything about the game?
So a big part of our game is the character design. We have 3 distinct characters. We thought about just changing the colors, but if you look, there's actually significant wardrobe changes. And one way we wanted to actually demonstrate that was with our outfits. So all the characters in the game have a hoodie, and how they wear it is different and shows their personality as well. So when we were looking for ways to advertise our game, we actually decided to go ahead and get hoodies that matched our characters. So if you look on the back of our hoodies, I don't know how well it'll show.
Yeah.
We've got are different symbols for the different characters in the game.
All right, so which personality or symbol would this one be?
This is the depressing blue one, the cynical blue one. Can you see? I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, it looks good.
So yeah, I'm the fastest one.
Okay, and the green one?
The green one is the hacker of the group.
And it's shaped like an eye.
Yeah.
She's like,
And the purple?
It's going to be their strong one.
Oh, there we go. Go Phoenix.
Go Phoenix.
So she just solved that puzzle with 20 seconds to spare. Once you disrupt a laser, you have 120 seconds to complete the puzzle by getting it to the end. At the start, you have a white laser, which every character can walk through. But then once we introduce the lens, which can change the color of the laser, only the character that is the same color as the laser can walk through the laser. So, yeah.
Okay. So that ties in with your matching hoodies. When you first walked in here, I'm thinking, wow, you all wearing the same outfit. That's pretty interesting. But it ties in with the game as marketing is demonstrating the different personalities. What if, or is it possible that the character can acquire more personalities on a bonus level, beating the boss?
So we've talked about that. For the most part, we're pretty content with 3 colors for now. But our current thought is we really like the game as it is right now, but in the future we want to expand on it. Not necessarily in this game per se, but we've thrown around the idea of sequelizing it and creating spin-offs in potentially other genres. So the idea has been thrown around, but I think for the most part for this game, we're pretty content with 3 characters.
Yeah. If anything is introduced, it would be more mechanics, different items to manipulate the laser. Currently, as you can see, we have the mirror. Andrew already mentioned the lens that changes the colors.
Okay.
We also have a splitter, which when the laser enters it through one end, it comes out 2 different sides. So later puzzles you'll see will require 2 lasers to solve rather than just the one. So we hope as we continue to develop the game, we can add different mechanics and things like that to create more complex puzzles.
Okay, and I'm thinking if you did add another personality, you probably have to get another person for your team with another
exactly.
Yeah. Plus, it would mean even more art production time for our artists.
Yeah, for sure.
So you do handle most of the art?
Yeah, so I did all of the art for the game. Going into this, we really wanted to make this game our own. So making custom assets was a huge priority for us. So I handled all of the art. I did the 3D modeling, the rigging, animating, weight painting, which was not fun.
Okay.
Weight painting, for those that don't know, is the process of making sure the correct vertices of the 3D model adhere to the bones. So that whole process is really complicated in Blender, and I still have yet to master it, but we got it down well enough. And then I made all of the textures and messed with the lighting just to get it just right for our cyberpunk aesthetic.
Okay. What were the roles for you, Andrew?
I was the design consultant person because my specialty in game design is like mechanical design and things like that. So I programmed almost everything, which programming lasers turned out to be real difficult. But you know, it was a very educational experience. I learned about all sorts of coding things I never would have learned about otherwise. And yeah, so yeah, I pretty much just I provided insights about like, because for example, originally we wanted to have death in the game, but we wanted to like maybe do something a little bit different, maybe. So we were going to have the lasers originally hurt the player if they bumped into them, but we decided it would better fit the theme if she was breaking in and like breaking a laser meant like, you know, an alarm would go off, which is why the flashing lights.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Nathaniel, what was your role?
I play a lot. Well, conceptually, I was kind of the concept creator for the whole game. As the team assembled, we decided that this was our you know, what we wanted to work on as a concept for a game. And having Andrew on the team was a big help, being able to work through that concept and come up with this, really polished product at the end. In addition to that, I worked on all of the levels in terms of level design. So all the puzzles you see, I worked pretty hard on trying to make them challenging but not too complicated and pretty easy to understand. The level progression actually works in teaching the player each mechanic, like step by step. So the first player introduces Ems, who is our green character, and how she can change camera view and how you can rotate the mirrors to solve the puzzle. The next level then iterates on that and teaches you how to change characters to our purple character, Amy, who can lift things up, and now you have to not only rotate, but pick them up and move them to the right spot. And I kind of just went on that same pattern of introducing mechanics, and once all the mechanics are introduced, which is by level 5, that's when it's really fun, because now you have access to all your tools, you know how to use them, and the puzzles can get quite challenging at that point. I also worked on all the audio, so music, sound. I hope to be implementing more within the future. We do have music for when the alarm goes off. We just weren't able to implement that for this launch, but we will be implementing that soon.
Okay.
So music was definitely a really fun part of this too, and I hope you guys enjoy the like cyberpunk aesthetic.
Do you incorporate sound effects?
We will in the future. Again, it was one of those things on the list couldn't get to right off the bat. But definitely we are looking at it. We do have a laser sound effect that I made. I use FL Studio, but just wasn't incorporated due to time.
There were a lot of things we wanted to add. We wanted to have, like, last minute cut was a dialogue system that was supposed to introduce the characters and the mechanics and everything, and we just weren't able to get that in the game, unfortunately. Also, as we saw a minute ago, she just ran out of time, and the security guards showed up, quote unquote, to take her away and stuff, so that she had to restart the level.
Okay, so is the game over, or can they respawn at this point?
They can respawn. So the name of the game is pretty much planning. So most of the stages you can get through by like positioning mirrors in all the right places and just trying to, like, before you make that initial break of a laser, putting everything in place so that when you put down that last mirror, everything bounces and goes into the right place. But sometimes, you break it on accident or whatever, and you just have to make a mad dash in the 120 seconds you have to try and finish the puzzle. But luckily at that point, you don't have to worry about breaking the laser anymore because you've already broken the security alarm. So, yeah.
One thing we really wanted to focus on was not punishing people for playing the way they wanted to play. So even though it is I think it is a little bit more challenging to break a laser and just run for it, you can do that. If you're quick-witted enough, you can get away with it. But for the most part, I feel like most stages are a lot easier if you take a minute, plan it out, see what's around, maybe change the camera a bit, and then start going for it. So I think that was a really fun aspect to our game.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like quite a bit of strategy in the game if you want to play effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you mentioned that you'd like to see some games spawn off of this, and maybe version 2 or something that's part of an epic. I'm wondering what they would be called, and how did you come up with the name Crystal Coalescence Dispersed? What does that mean?
So the name, actually, it took quite a while for us to come up with it. We were stuck between a bunch of different names, many of them rhyming. For a while, we were stuck on the word iridescence.
Iridescence Coalescence.
Yeah.
Hated it. It was so long and hard to say.
That being said, our title right now, it is long, but I think it encapsulates a lot well. The whole theme of the game is this character is breaking into this facility so that she can merge her 3 broken personalities into one. And so that's the coalescence part.
Oh, okay.
The other parts are the reality of her having to cope with how she is dispersed now. She's 3 personalities. She has to work together, but she's not fully together yet. So going forward, we have a few story elements. I don't know if we want to spoil
No.
anything right now, but the likelihood is that the phrase crystal coalescence will probably be in our titles going forward. But everything beyond the colon will probably change for any future games.
It might just get longer and longer and longer.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. We're planning on maybe the next game will be maybe a beat 'em up or something like that, because we want to make something for the next game design class. So like networking, it has to be involved. So we were thinking maybe have these 3 characters be like multiplayer in some way. I don't want to spoil some of the story, but
yeah.
Anyways.
Well, I think it's an interesting concept that you've got a character of 3 different distinct personalities, and all of them are important. It takes me back to a Myers-Briggs test. You learn about different parts of your personality, and people have other personalities, but they're all important elements for you to get through life. And this character, she's using those different parts of her personality to solve and adapt and become successful, which is the point of the game. So to win the game, what's the ultimate win?
The ultimate goal is to get to the big machine at the end and step inside and complete the story. We really wanted this to be as much mechanically focused, because I'm big on mechanics, as much mechanically focused as story based. We weren't able to introduce a story in this version, but we wanted it to be satisfying to complete. So the story's going to have like human emotional elements, and it's going to have funny bits, and yeah. So.
All right. Well, fantastic. I appreciate you coming in today and sharing Crystal Coalescence Dispersed. Could you stand up next to each other so we can see all of your jackets? We'd love to see the hoodies all next to each other. Look on the screen. There we go, audience. Crystal Coalescence Dispersed. You want to play this game, you want to give it a rating, and maybe it doesn't have the sound effects yet, but they are coming. Get a chance and play it right now on itch.io.com. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
Hello, welcome. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2020 Game Expo at Florida Poly University. I'm your host, Christian Navarro. With us today, we have the developers for a new game called Labyrinthian. Developers in the studio with us, Benjamin Norris, Zachary Saylor, and Andrew Ryan. Can you go ahead and tell us a little bit about what kind of game this is?
Yeah, so basically it started out as kind of a Hotline Miami clone and turned into its own thing, kind of a dungeon crawler type with a lot of different aspects. We have custom spells that we can build upon later if we wanted to. Basically, you just go through the 3 levels. That's about it. That's the game.
Okay, so we can see the gameplay right now on the screen. We see a 2D game with a character moving around.
Yeah.
Tell me, what are those objects that it's dropping or placing?
Yeah, right now it's showing the spell system. You can drop and pick up different spells, though currently in the game there's only one spell, but there is that system in play. And then here we have a boss.
Okay, this has, oh, here we go. Here's the boss. That's coming through. What is the red line behind the boss?
That's his health bar, yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to explain the boss?
Sure. So the boss is pretty linear based. It's in the first phase where his health bar is full, the boss will simply go towards the enemy and cause damage to the player on collision. And then whenever his health becomes half health, you can see in the gameplay there right now that he turns into a mage type enemy where he starts firing back at the player. So that was a very interesting feature we implemented for the boss.
Okay, how does a scoring system work? How do we get points in this game?
Yeah, so there's multiple ways. The main way is by killing enemies. You get a certain score determined by the difficulty. So easy is 100 points, normal is 200, and hard is 300. Enemies also drop souls, which will give you points. And then if you combo enemies, if you have a like 2 times multiplier, if you keep killing enemies in rapid succession.
Okay. Uh-oh, you died.
Yeah.
So when you die, do you respawn at the same level?
It restarts completely.
Oh, completely.
Yeah. It's a punishing game, especially if you play it on hard.
On hard, it's especially hard. Like you only have 1 life.
You only have 1 hit, so you have to play very well. I don't think any of us have beaten it on hard.
Yeah, towards the second level, there's a group of wizards that really mess your day up, and they all have pretty high health. Not a ridiculous amount of health, so it's manageable, but decently enough to where it makes literally every enemy a challenge.
So if these are wizards, are they using spells, or is your character using spells?
So right now we're kind of using the same spell for between both the player and the enemy,
Okay.
but we utilized prefabs to differentiate between the two, and then so they pretty much react the same way. We determine the speed of the projectile in a different way on the enemy and stuff like that.
And there's a full system in place to easily build more spells.
Mm-hmm. And we implemented a dropping system already so that you can go ahead and drop the spell itself. And that was showcased in a little bit of the footage in the beginning.
So, where did the idea for this game come from?
Yeah, as I said, Hotline Miami. I was playing a lot of Hotline Miami, probably a little bit too much at the time, and so I had this idea for this game probably like at the start of the semester, but I never had the time, and so when we came with the project, this was my idea, and it kind of blossomed from there.
Okay, and what are the how would you differentiate this from Hotline Miami? What did you add that's different that your team's really proud of?
So we kind of changed it completely almost. We added like these traps and stuff that you're seeing on the screen now that the player can take damage by. And then we completely, like in Hotline Miami, for instance, it's always one shot. Everyone's one shot. It's a very, very tough game.
Okay.
And so this one's a lot more accessible to players, and then basically the whole combat system is a bit differently. It's just it started from that idea and blossomed into something completely different.
Okay, how long did this game take to make?
When did we start? It was basically when told us to start. So it took us pretty much all the way up till last night.
Yeah. We got this uploaded probably at 1 a.m. I think is when I uploaded it.
So 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks?
I guess that time frame was about 2 or
2 and a half, probably. Yeah,
2.5 weeks. Now, with 3 people working together, that can be a little bit complicated. So I'm wondering, how did you divide up the roles? Who did what on the game?
So the thing about that was we didn't really divvy it up as like there was somebody who was set as the animator or somebody who was set as the designer or the programmer. We all kind of did a little bit of both. So we all came up with one level. We all had a little coding segment that we came up with and stuff.
We kind of just took what was the top priority at the time. The next person that finished their last job took the next priority job.
Okay.
So that was kind of interesting. So we got to see all the different game design aspects and do all the game design aspects.
What's the biggest rewards in this game? You talked a little bit about scoring, but are there any implicit rewards versus the...
No, there is a high score tracker.
Okay.
Though it doesn't work if you exit the game. I didn't have time to implement that. But it does track through different playthroughs as long as the game is still open. If you beat the game.
If you beat the game.
Yes.
That sounds like it's going to be a difficult game from the way you're saying. But we do have multiple skills-based. You said there was an expert level?
Yeah, there's easy, normal, and hard. Yes.
Easy, normal, and hard.
Easy you can beat on your first playthrough.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way to go then, to learn the game on the easy level.
Yes.
And you said the hard level is probably going to be a lot too challenging for a new player, so let's take it on the easy level.
Yeah, those traps can be tricky sometimes, especially on hard, since all you have is one life. If you don't time it right while you're fighting enemies, it's not fun.
Tell us what future development on this might look like.
More spells, more levels, more enemies, basically.
Okay.
Probably more bosses.
Probably more bosses. There's a system that's not in place that was originally going to be in place, which is a shop system to buy gear and stuff to kind of turn it into more of a RPG like.
Okay.
And probably implement like an inventory system for the player to like outfit themselves with armor, differentiate weapons and stuff like that. And one other thing is there's not a lot of animations in this game right at this moment. Really, the only animation I think we have is the spike traps. So that's something we definitely want to implement just to have a little bit more freedom look to it. So like just player movement animations and enemy animations for shooting the fireball and animations for the boss themselves and stuff.
Okay. You mentioned fireball, adding some animation. Are we doing anything with sound to add make it more immersive?
So we added sound for the fireballs. We added sound for when there's knights and mages and or wizards, whatever you want to call them. and so the knights, when they hit the player, they do their specific sound, and then when wizards fire their fireball, they also do a fireball sound, or a simple whoosh.
Oh, okay.
And then we also have music triggers and whenever the user gets to a certain point in the level, the music switches into either like fighting combat music, or whenever you get to the boss, it goes into like a boss intro of the music, and then into the boss fight music. So.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. What was the most difficult part about implementing this game?
For me, it was the boss, so I had to have someone else do it for me.
Yeah, so I kind of took the liberties of helping, and you also helped with that too. So we all kind of jumped in on that. I was trying to make it work with the enemy script we already had, but some of the issues with that was I couldn't simply just use the same script. Whenever going into the coding, I had to make an entirely new script so that I could differentiate and make sure that it only looked for that specific script in the level that contained the boss. So it was kind of complicated,
Okay.
but I was able to figure it out. And so we were able to implement a lot of inheritance, and like our inheritance tree and everything, where everything inherits from unit. And unit just has a couple of variables that are shared between both the player and the enemies. And then enemies kind of have their own thing, player has their own thing. And then boss is kind of inheriting from an enemy, but has their own stuff, has its own stuff implemented.
Okay. So we have the game, it's in 1.0. We were talking about some future growth on that. Is there a possibility of a commercial development for that ever?
I mean, I'd like to, if I had the free time to.
Free time, okay.
Yeah. With the classes that I take, and
it was definitely challenging. We had to just trying to manage both the classes and working on this at the same time. There were some times where I literally just solely focused on this.
Yeah.
So it was...
Well, you mentioned about the free time and balancing that between classes. That's an important thing you need to deal with in life. I'm wondering, what about after classes? After you graduate, what are your plans? Are you thinking of doing more of this, or do you have other plans for a career?
Personally, I plan to try to get my master's.
Okay.
But I do want to continue to make games after that.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, same here. It's the hope to keep doing this.
Okay.
Yeah, so as for me, I'll enjoy working on this game still. So this was kind of my first instance of actually making a tangible game rather than just working on assignments and stuff. So it was interesting. I wanted to do like a 2D game as my first kind of game, just to get an idea, and then decide whether or not I want to keep working with 2D or like move on to 3D and stuff like that. Just because of how different each thing is, like components wise,
Sure.
and what you have to think about.
Well, I'm a big fan of 2D games.
Yeah.
For reasons, that's what I grew up on, are 2D games, and I see a lot of action and layouts that remind me of some of my favorite games. Even that ones that weren't based on Labyrinth, like I see some of Xevious in this, which I used to really enjoy, the coin-op game from the 80s. All right, well, thank you very much for joining us today in the studio. We're at the Sim Lab at Florida Poly University. I also like to thank our workers in the Sim Lab for helping us make this happen. Without them, we wouldn't be able to broadcast this on Twitch TV. If you haven't checked out the game, you need to go to itch.io right now, and you can download the game and play it and give it a rating. Let people know what you think of this game. You can also provide feedback on our stream channel on twitch.tv. So really interested to hear what you think of this game, and go ahead and play it and have fun with it. That's what these games are for. All right, thank you very much for Labyrinthian, And we have Benjamin, Zach, and Andrew. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
Hello, if you're just joining, welcome to the 2020 Game Expo at Florida Poly University. I'm your host, Christian Navarro. With us today, we have the developer for the new game, Dark Halls. Tristan Atkinson is here in the Sim Lab to tell us about the game. Can you go ahead and tell us a little bit about the game?
So what I want to do is get a simple 2D rogue-like light mechanic, but what I want to do with this, some games I've played in the past have done standard turn-based. Some I've played that have it so that the player can take part of an action and then just stack up to take multiple actions at once. What I want to do with this was play with a bit of a stamina bar mechanic where the player can take multiple actions, each consuming a some amount of stamina, and then while they wait for their stamina to regen, the monsters will take their turn. So you take 2 actions, you wait 2 actions for stamina to return, but in the meantime the monsters are taking 3 actions while you wait.
Okay, how did you come about picking this kind of game mechanic?
Well, it's something I've thought about for a while, and I wanted to play with something more than just the standard you take a turn, they take a turn, you take a turn, they take a turn. Like I said, a game I've played in the past has done it where you can take portions of action, say 100% of a turn, 125% of a turn, 50% of a turn for your actions. That sort of made me think about alternate ways of taking the turn-based system and just playing around with it, giving the player a bit more options with what actions they take and when.
Okay, you mentioned about games in the past you're doing a comparison to. What is this game genre and how does it fit into other games in that genre?
So the game genre I tried based around would be the roguelikes. They're based around the original Rogue game, which was an old ASCII-based dungeon crawler. You go in, you fight monsters, you try and get the item at the end. Mine would be more of a roguelike, which does not have as many of the features of the roguelike games, because most roguelike games will have things such as permadeath, randomly generated dungeons, not much in the way of progression. Mine has the turn-based mechanics of the roguelike genre. However, it does not have the procedurally generated dungeons. It doesn't have many of the mechanics that make a pure roguelike game. So I called it roguelite. Just taking some of the roguelike features but adding a few others instead.
Do you personally enjoy playing other games that are roguelike?
Yes, I would, without a doubt, call it one of my favorite genres out there.
Oh, okay. So, which game, maybe if you had to pick one, would be the main inspiration for this?
It would probably be Tales of Majal, which is a game that had the portion of the turn-based turns that I got my main inspiration from.
Okay. Well, how do you win this game?
So, like with most the old roguelike games, your goal is essentially to get to the end of the dungeon, get the item, and get out. With mine, you're supposed to go into the dungeon. The final level involves destroying a statue that is fueling the summoners up there that you see that are continually spawning the skeletons to attack you. Afterwards, you're meant to run through a final gauntlet of a near endless horde of skeletons and summoners before escaping the dungeon and winning.
Okay, so what is our character doing at this part of the game?
See, right now, what he's doing is he's moving through. So I had to design the levels in three main sections. Between levels, you will always have this safe room where your health and stamina are constantly respawn to full. You will be able to spend a few skill points, which I was not able to show in this video, I'm afraid. But after the safe room, you get sent to the main dungeon. In the main dungeon, you have these floor guardians that essentially they hold the keys to the door, blocking you from the exit. Once you make through and defeat all the guardians and survive the hordes of skeletons coming after you, the doors will open and you run through a final gauntlet, which is a room or two full that has several of these spawners in a row, and you're meant to survive the mad dash from the start of the gauntlet to the end of the gauntlet.
Okay.
So right now, the character I've been fighting and had just defeated one of the guardians protecting the room, and he's trying to survive some of the skeletons attacking that are constantly coming after him.
So we have a myriad of skeletons and guardians.
Yep.
What about a boss? Is there a boss level, or is there a character with an NPC with a lot of powers?
There is not a main boss in this game. The boss is trying to destroy the sorts of the dark energy in here while you're in a room that's going to be throwing hordes of monsters at you. It's almost an endurance type thing. You have to try and whittle down this massive object while enemies just keep coming at you. We're seeing whether the object survives or you do.
Well, you're talking about the hordes of skeletons. How difficult is this for a new player?
Well, I have three main difficulty modes, which are directly related to the spawning. On the easy and normal modes, there is a guaranteed delay between summons. So unless you spend a lot of time waiting in the same room, you're probably not going to fight a lot of skeletons. And in addition, you might notice that once defeated, sometimes the skeletons will drop potions, which can be used to restore your health or your stamina. On the easier difficulties, they are more frequent, dropped as well. So on the easier difficulties, I don't expect much issue for a new person to the genre, because I did intentionally keep the mechanics very simple.
Okay.
However, on harder difficulties, I do expect the player to have to be more careful with their movement, with when they decide to rest, when they take their potions, how long they stay in the room, etc., etc.
So if you were to spend more time with this game, for instance, you didn't have a deadline, maybe you're going to work it up for the next game jam or game expo, what would you consider changing with this, if anything?
So one thing I would like to have done with more time, more experience, more resources, I would have liked to have added more creatures, a few more levels. I would have definitely liked to have added character options, try to add a sort of skill system in to it. One thing I did play around with the idea of was creating a procedurally generated world where the player could have some input on which rooms were created upon dungeon generation. Another thing I would desperately like to add was, or like to play around with, would be a sort of a JRPG style where you do wander around the room, and once you encounter an enemy, you're taken to a separate battle scene.
Oh, okay. Take quite a bit more
Yes.
development on the graphics, I'm sure.
Yes, without a doubt. I do like the graphics, but they are a bit more simpler than what I would like. I was a bit more limited with the options for the artists I used.
Did you do all the animation and development yourself?
I did all the code writing, all the development, but all the art assets with the animations I found on opengameart.org, the animations were created by a user called Calcium Trace.
Oh, okay.
So all provided under the Creative Commons License 3.0.
Now we talked about what you might do differently. Do you plan on doing anything differently or expanding on this game in the future?
With Dark Halls in particular, I am considering adding a few more levels to it. If not making the game longer, just adding a variety of levels that, say, 3 different level 1s, 2 different level 2s, so on and so on. I would also be considering adding a few more enemy types, but ultimately what I plan on doing in the future is taking some of the ideas I learned from this, some of my experiences, modifying the stamina mechanic I used, and creating a different game, a bit more complex, adding some of the features I would have liked to add, such as boss fights, procedurally generated room, skill trees, different character options, stuff like that.
Okay. Makes sense. What about next year or a little bit later? What do you have as far as plans for maybe doing more game development or career-wise after Florida Poly?
I without a doubt would like to continue creating games. If not in a professional field such as Bethesda or EA, is something I would like to do as an independent thing. Maybe not necessarily for money, but just to go out there, give more options to people, create games that people do want to play.
Sure, games and genres that you like that may not be, well, this is a super popular AAA title type category, but if I like it, I know there's other people out there that also like this game category.
Exactly, yes.
Excellent. So just furthering the community, giving more options for other game lovers. Well, if you're a game lover, you need to check out Dark Hall on itch.io. It's available to download, it's available to play it, and you can give a rating for it and tell us what you think. Provide some feedback on the twitch.tv chat. We'd love to hear from you about playing Dark Hall. So with us in the studio, in the Sim Lab, we have the developer of Dark Hall, Tristan Atkinson. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And we'd like to thank also all the workers at the Sim Lab helping us here at the university to make this possible on itch.io and the twitch.tv. So thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
Alright, welcome back to Florida Poly's Fall 2020 Game Expo. Here in the studio I have Dustin Ramsey. He's the creator of the game Strike Zone. So, tell us what you did with this project.
Well, I decided that I wanted to do a retro-style 2D platforming game, and the art all reflects that. I have 16-bit style pixel art and music, and I just tried to make a simple, fun platformer for my first game project.
So why did you decide to work on this project alone?
Well, I thought that it would be an interesting challenge, and also I wanted to make sure that I was secure in my IP rights, because I wanted to make sure I could maintain credit for everything.
So a retro-style game, you don't see that very often nowadays, right? So what was the inspiration for the game?
Well, I grew up playing retro video games in my youth, and I just love the minimalistic design and everything, and I thought it would be really fun to try and capture it.
So I'm assuming, since it's a game, there's a story behind it.
Yes, the story is you are a rookie baseball player in the future named Casey Chaser, and you're trying to get to the fabled Strike Zone. It's a virtual world where you can train to be a better player for as long as you want, and there's a rival trying to stop him, and the goal is just to get there while avoiding all the obstacles.
So did you make the graphics?
Yes, I did all the graphics myself, pixel per pixel. It was a pretty long, arduous process, but I think it was worth it because the game looks pretty good. And there are some larger resolution images of some of the pixel art in the game. But yes.
What platform did you use to make the art?
Mostly MS Paint, and then I would put it in a better program to add alpha transparency and everything.
Yeah. So do you have any prior art experience?
Yeah, I took art in high school for a couple years. It was a college level art course, but the main reason I was able to do this art so well is because I started doing pixel art in middle school, and that was like 7th grade, so I've had plenty of years to get practice.
Yeah, so you had a time constraint on this game, right?
Yes.
So if you were to have unlimited amount of time, what kind of ability would you add?
Well, I definitely wanted to have more swinging mechanics. Originally, you were going to be able to hit enemies into the foreground as well as the background, and I ended up having to settle for just the background, so you can break things in the background and everything. So I definitely would have liked to have kept that in, but the complexity probably would have gone a bit too high for the time we had.
Yeah, so since we have the game up on the screen right now, it reminds me a lot about Mario.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely of that era, like from the late 1980s through the 1990s. Specifically, it's also similar to like the Sonic games. That's the pixel art's probably closer to that even.
Yeah, yeah. So, what do you need to complete this game?
Each objective is just getting to the end of the stage to face your rival, the character SB, and defeat her, and then you'll progress to the next stage. And the stage, of course, is full of enemies and items to collect.
So,
since there is an end goal for the game, beating your enemy, what is the most useful items that you need to use towards beating the game?
Well, there are collectible items that can actually be stored in your inventory. They're in the form of letters that spell out home run because of the baseball theme. And these you can actually spend later, so they act as health that isn't consumed immediately, and you can store up to 7 of them. That's probably the most useful item, especially if you save them for the boss fight.
So, I'm assuming you have different levels in this game, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So how long did it take you to come up with these levels, then create them?
Right. To do them on paper, the actual design process, maybe an hour to an hour and a half. The real time crunch was actually putting them into Unity and adding all of the enemies and the different background layers, because we have multi-layered scrolling, which I really wanted, but boy, it took up a lot of time, yeah.
Yeah. So, I see that you have all kinds of different enemies. Is there a background to having these enemies? Did you come up with them because of a purpose, or they were like, you thought they looked cool, they looked like enemies?
Yeah, I picked them mostly based on, I would think of a name first.
Okay.
Most of them are baseball puns, but I just tried to go for something that still felt like baseball. So most of the enemies have a round head, or they are just a head with a propeller on the top. To give off, but still look like robots, as most of the enemies, if not all of them, except for the rival boss character, are robots.
Awesome. So I'm assuming you are into baseball, right?
Well, that's the funny thing. I love the atmosphere of baseball. I don't watch it regularly, but the air and the style is just so appealing that I thought it would be fun to mix in with a retro style platform.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, right now we are seeing the boss showcase.
Yep.
So, you said you have multiple levels. Do you have a favorite level?
Yeah, I like the final level of the game the most because it's thematically very fitting. You actually get to go into the strike zone, which was the goal to begin with. And there's a great song that I composed for that level that I'm very proud of. And so even if like the design isn't as perfect as say the first level, because that's where you get the most time to design, it's the most fitting.
Yeah. So if you could design any of your stages again, how would you go about it?
I would like to add more stage mechanics. That was one thing that had to get cut short due to time, because there are platforms you can bounce off of, and then there's falling platforms and the destructible background tiles. But I would have liked to have had more than that if I had more time, yes.
Okay. So, do you have any plans on expanding the game in the future?
Yes, actually, I would love to build this again from the ground up with my own game engine, like making a 2D game engine, maybe just specifically for platformers, but you could still do a lot with that, and it would be reusable for other projects, because there's a lot of platformer games I have in mind. And then, of course, in rebuilding that for the game engine, I would add more levels, bosses, just implement the things that I didn't have time to or couldn't due to restrictions or limitations, and just push it further and also get the chance to actually do engine development.
That's great. I'm assuming this was one of your first games that you developed?
This was my very first game that I ever made. A bit outside of the scope of what I thought my first game was going to be, but that's okay because it still turned out all right, and the challenge was very fun.
So how was this game in particular different than any other project you worked on before?
Well, besides it just being the first game, I've done other pixel art things before, like making art just to showcase online, or they have these things called demos where you take an old piece of hardware and push it to the limit. But this is the first time where I had to make art that actually had to be used in the game too. So I had to think a bit more about what is this art going to be used for, how many frames of animation does this need to be effective, and yeah, so it was a very, very different thing from anything I've worked on really before.
Yeah. So what are you planning on doing with the knowledge that you learned from making this game?
Well, I definitely want to apply the software engineering things that I learned in this, because this is the first programming project I've actually had where software engineering was so important and integral that it had to be a part of it. And now I really understand the worth, because I've taken a class before on it, but now I'm like, okay, this stuff matters far more than I could have thought before, because without it, I mean, I probably wouldn't have been able to even get what I do have.
Yeah, learning the concepts in class is one thing, then applying them is something else, right?
That opens your eyes to everything.
So, are you proud of the game you made?
Yeah, generally yes. Again, some things have to get cut. That's just the nature of it. But of course, for the things that are in there, yes, I am proud. Especially the fact that there are many hours of lost sleep. But I think it's worth it to actually have a game that plays well, especially in the controls. The player physics are good and not buggy or anything. Not everything's perfect, mind you, but that especially. I tried to pay attention to player controls, considering it's a platformer. But yeah, I would say I'm proud.
So, how long did it take to make this game?
A few weeks, probably a whole month, because it goes far back where I started. I first started with music, actually, and then moved to art, and then finally to software engineering and programming. But all in all, probably a month or two. But the crunch got pretty intense near the end with the programming, because I think I'm maybe slightly above average for programming, but I know there are other people that could implement things that I did a lot faster. And that's why I definitely want to improve those skills, so I could do this again and get more done in less time.
So, going off that, do you have any regrets working alone?
Somewhat, because the main thing was securing IP rights, but it would have been nice to be able to get someone to do like the ad or to get the gameplay video set up so I could dedicate more time to just art and code, like the really important stuff, because the game is the most important thing to me. But all in all, I don't regret it overall, in general, because it was worth it to get to see if I could do it. So I at least proved it to myself, if anything.
So, are you planning on making other games in the future?
Absolutely. That's my whole reason for coming to the school here, was to be able to become a game developer and, of course, gain general computer science knowledge, but especially that because I love games and I love the design process that goes into them. I think about them all the time. So I would be doing myself a disservice by not making more after this point.
Yes, definitely. I'm assuming you like playing video games, and that has an effect on it as well, right?
Yes, I do.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Just generally, if people haven't played it yet, I highly recommend going and playing it. It is pretty fun, if not a little simple, but that's okay. Sometimes a simple design is more refreshing. It's not overwhelming. But yeah, I hope people have fun playing it. That's the most important part.
Yes. Thank you, Dustin.
Absolutely.
Make sure to go on itch.io and play the game, give it a rating, and we'll be back.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
All right, welcome back to Florida Poly's Fall 2020 Game Expo. Here in the studio I have Robert Chinsky with me, and he's the creator of the game Space Explorer.
Yes.
So, what is the game genre and why did you choose it?
So, Space Explorer is a first-person shooter, gather, adventure type game.
Mm-hmm.
So, essentially what you do is you go through portals to each planet, and your goal is to harvest materials, kill the enemies that they have items as well that'll allow you to craft different items that allow you to move through different portals, defeat bosses, and then defeat the final boss of the game.
Alright, so do you enjoy playing other games of this genre?
Yeah, I tried to model it off of like No Man's Sky type of thing, or more of a if you've ever heard of Serious Sam from Crow Team, it's sort of essentially like the same thing except with a resource harvesting aspect to it, where you're going around killing different enemies and you're just trying to survive.
So you mentioned No Man's Sky. Were there any other games that inspired you while making this game?
As you can see, it's more of a different aspects from different types of games. So you got like the harvesting type thing with the pickaxe, so it's like a Minecraft with the inventory. I know No Man's Sky has a material harvesting, resource gathering thing as well. The first-person shooter aspect is very relatable to the Serious Sam type game series that I used to play when I was a kid.
Yeah. So, while making the game, did you run into any difficulties?
Absolutely. There's a lot of things interconnecting on Unity that you don't really think of while you're coding. You can think it's the easiest project in the world, at least I did, as far as my idea-wise and concept-wise. When it came to implementation, that's where the biggest issues came from. Originally, I wanted to make spherical planets, but one of the components, part of Unity, is the nav mesh. And nav mesh, I found out the hard way, only works on the vertical Y axis. So if you have a planet or a 3D sphere, it won't cover the entire planet for your enemies or anything to move.
Yeah. So how long did it take you to make this game?
It took me probably about a month. Lots of nights of no sleep, especially last night, where it's multiple hours throughout the night and stuff like that. So yeah, probably about a month.
I love the use of portals in the game. So if I'm a new gamer, how challenging is it to play this game?
It's not too challenging. I tried to make the enemies, and at least the majority of the bosses, enjoyable, where they don't really do that much damage to you. Of course, there is the aspect where you can die. But the final boss is supposed to be your test. So as long as you're able to hit the shift key to run and able to aim, you should have no problems at all.
And I'm assuming this is the boss we're seeing right
This
now?
is one of them. So this is the boss for the moon. I tried to go off of 7 planets in the galaxy, right, or in the solar system, and so with these, you'll have a regular planet where you'll get your materials and you'll get your items from the enemies. Once you craft essentially your amulet or your key that you need, then you can go and you can fight a boss.
Okay.
And then there's 3 bosses total. each one getting more difficult and having more health as you go on.
So, in a few sentences, if you could explain the purpose of the game, how would you explain it?
So the purpose of the game is, for like a backstory, is you're a lone astronaut, right? And essentially you've been told that the planets in the surrounding solar system have been taken over, and your goal is to gather the materials to craft, like I said, the amulets, and get these keys to where you could fight the one mega boss that has sort of been reigning over all the other planets and all the entire solar system.
Okay. So you said it would be easy for a new player to pick up the game and start playing it. What would be the most challenging part if I was a new gamer?
The most challenging part would probably be just the final boss, and more than likely making sure you understand all the controls. There's not that many keys to hit, but it's definitely, as a new gamer, if you're not used to playing on the computer, if you're more of a Xbox or a PlayStation or even like a Wii type gamer, that transition to keyboard and mouse is definitely a little bit difficult, and it takes a little bit of a learning curve.
So I'm assuming you win the game by beating the final boss?
Yes.
Yes. So, are you planning on further developing this game?
Yes, so I want to implement better UI, add more planets, maybe jump to almost like a No Man's Sky, where you could jump to different solar systems. There's more enemies, harder enemies. You can have upgradables, so you can get better guns, better pickaxes. You can get different resources that are not in the typical, like, I'm gonna mine some ore and I'm gonna get some items. It might be you can start crafting bombs, if you wanted to, or almost like a RPG type element where you have stat boosts, stuff like that.
So, if you had unlimited amounts of time, how would you have done differently with the game development?
If I had a limited amount of time, I would definitely start earlier. Yeah. And make sure that my concepts were executable and not just a theory type thing. So it was one of the biggest problems I had was doing the research into it, looking into the type of the game I wanted to make. It seemed pretty easy. I can get this done in like a week, 2 weeks. And then, just like with everything else, as you're going along, especially with programming, and computer science, software engineering, you could be coding and something can go wrong, you can have a bug, and you could be stuck for like 2-3 days.
Yeah, so obviously, one of the skills you need to become a better game developer is time management. So do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Manage your time as much as you can. Make sure you get sleep too. I know that's a big thing too, because when you're not getting enough sleep, you start panicking when you're trying to think of the code, your eyes start hurting, your brain starts hurting, and then you're sitting there staring at the same line of code for 6 to 10 hours and you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you should be proud of your work because the game looks great. So, did you create 3D models or?
No, so it was all a bunch of free assets off the Unity store. A lot of the portals and stuff like that, those were all made by me. Very simple. I just used the particle systems that was included in Unity, changed it up a bit, and looked up some videos on how to make it look like an actual portal with different colors.
All right, good. So, are you planning on making more games in the future?
I'm not certain at this time. I know gaming has been a big hobby of mine in the past, but as I've gotten older and more responsibilities pile up, I just don't have the time to do them anymore. I definitely still do like games, and I would like to further my programming skills with gaming. It's just as independent projects, I'm not too sure just because of time and the skills needed.
So if you were to break down the responsibilities of making a game, how would you discuss? How would you break them down?
So first and foremost, it would be making sure you understand what type of engine you're using, or what kind of editor. So if you're using the Unreal Engine, if you're using the Unity editor, make sure you know how those components work before you start working on a project, because if you don't know how those components work, if you don't know how the editor runs, then you're going to have bugs and you're going to start having issues. So that'd be number one. Number two would be, once you have an idea, sit down and plan it out. Make sure you go step by step, making sure you know every single feature you want, because scope creep is a big problem. I know when I was first starting developing the game, I got part of that scope creep, where I was like, I want to add this, I want to add this, I want to add this, but I only had bits and pieces of each thing, but not one full thing. So take it one step at a time. Make sure you check off each checkbox of that game mechanic, and once you have that done, then you can start working on making it look good.
Yeah, having a minimum viable product is very important when making games. Then building up on top of that is very important. And another tip to anyone that wants to become a game developer is, it is important to be proactive when you're making a game rather than reactive, because when you run into those problems, it might be hard to fix them. So, is there anything else you want to talk about?
I look forward to seeing the rest of the games here for the Game Expo. Make sure you check out each one, itch.io, Florida Poly Game Expo. And like I said, if you want to get into game development, make sure your coding skills are up to par. Make sure you know those fundamentals, and make sure you're paying attention to all those basic classes, because once you become a senior like me and you're starting to take your capstone courses, all the work starts piling on. You get your internship, and then you find out real quick that some of the fundamentals that you passed up on, they're just not where they need to be, and you start screwing up, and you have a lot of sleepless nights.
Definitely, I agree. All right, thank you, Robert.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Make sure to go on itch.io and play the game, Space Explorer, and give it a rating, and we will be right back.
All right, thank you very much.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
you're live. All right. Welcome back to Florida Poly's Fall 2020 Game Expo. Here I have AJ Sundaraj, Logan Chiswick, and Ben Stavik with me, and their game is Bonk or Get Bonked. So can you tell me about your game a little bit?
AJ, do you want to handle that one?
Yep. Our game is a first-person camera game with emphasis on melee combat and stamina management. We really tried to make the mechanics simple but very fun to play. That was primarily the focus of our game.
So what was each member's involvement in making the game?
My involvement was I was in charge of the player mechanics. I was in charge of coding the movement, the animations for the player, the health and stamina management aspect, and I also worked on the music and sound effects, as well as I helped with the level design. I made some of the rooms and placed some decor in there, so on and so forth.
And I mostly worked on AI, the enemies, their animations. There's a boss at the end, and mostly the level design, as well as a lot of the kind of back end, you know, going between the different levels and things like that and how they work.
And my primary focus was the UI as a whole, so everything involving that. And I also involved some of the potions, and then just general bug testing and some fixes, and a little bit of everything.
Okay. So what is the genre of your game, and why did you choose this genre?
The genre is, you know, kind of like an action adventure. Mostly the reason why we chose it is for fun. It sounds like the most fun to us. What would be, you know, engaging, simple, fast. You don't have to sit there and wait for a long amount of time, so you just download the game, play it, and immediately you get into the action.
So, were there any games that inspired you to make your own game?
There's a game called Vermintide 2, which is kind of similar to Left 4 Dead. That's a much more popular game, where just lots of enemies come at you, and you hit them, and you're a lot stronger than them, but in a lot of numbers they get stronger than you, so you just have to play it right. And it's just a lot of fun to us, so that's where we went with.
Yeah, so we're actually watching the gameplay right now, and your models look great. Did you guys make the models, or were they stock models?
The only models that we made ourselves is our weapon, the Warhammer, you see. Everything else was downloaded from the asset store or a website that provides free 3D models to use.
And what about the textures? I'm assuming
those were part of an asset pack. So they were taken from the asset store.
Okay. So what were some difficulties you or your team faced while making this game?
Me personally, the most difficult aspect for me in this game was animating the player character. Especially when it came to the camera, things got very complicated very fast, and you could see that the best when it came to transitions, when you transitioned from attack to block and block to walking. There was always a delay, so to get that all nice and fluid so that the player can have the best experience was quite the challenge.
And for me, the biggest difficulty was definitely animations as well for the enemies, making them stop walking again, attacking properly, because you don't want to have a enemy that's just walking in place. It doesn't look right, and I really wanted to focus on getting that to a little bit more to the perfect. A lot of other difficulties was involved with level design. I chose a terrible way of designing the levels, and that's definitely something that set me back a long ways.
So, is there... Oh, go ahead.
I was just for the difficulties for me was definitely the finding each bug and making the UI look fluid and look nice.
So, does your game have a backstory and narrative?
Yes, so essentially, you, the player, are a prisoner that's been held against your will. You have no recollection of who you are or why you are here. All you know is that you need to escape this horrible dungeon filled with monsters. So, will you escape or will you stay and rot in here forever? It's a simple story. So we made our gameplay mechanics clear first, and we developed our stories revolving around that.
Great, great. So, how do you win this game?
So the way you win is you have to make it to level 3, and you have to beat the final boss that we have, who actually has much more health than all the rest of the enemies.
Okay. You know, this game kind of reminds me of the zombie games from Call of Duty also, because they're all attacking you. Yeah.
Very similar.
Yeah. So I'm sure you guys faced a lot of challenges, but what was the most challenging part of making a game?
For me, probably the most hard part was making sure we had a steady flow and all the tasks were accomplished.
Yeah, a lot of the challenging parts came from mostly getting everything together. We had a lot of pieces that kind of all needed to be fit together, and we cut a few ideas and had to change a little things because of requirements, and then we kind of crammed it all together, and it worked out pretty decently for the most part.
Yeah, getting everything fluid to give the player the best experience was definitely the most challenging to create a quality product, in short.
Okay. So, did you all learn anything new while making this game?
I personally learned a lot about Unity's animation systems and how complex they could end up being. And I also understood how to collaborate the importance of collaborating as a team, and laying out your ideas and seeing which ideas would work best for the game, which ones to cut out, time management. A lot of the software engineering processes were very important to me.
For me, what I learned was definitely the animations as well. That was something we all kind of tripped up on. Definitely, the moving between them, state machines. You know, I've had a ton of classes teaching me how to use state machines, but when you actually put them into a practice, you realize the difficulties that are in creating a solid one that doesn't just break.
For me, the thing I learned was probably the just general UI in Unity. I learned a lot doing that for this class and this assignment. All throughout this game, getting the pause menu to work was probably the most challenging part to learn.
So, AJ talked about time management. What skills do you need to work? What skills do you think you need to work on to become a better game developer?
The most important skill is communicate with your team. That's super duper important, because you need to make sure everyone's on the same page, everyone has a good understanding of what needs to be done. If you don't communicate properly with your team, then everyone's going to be confused, and that will definitely waste a lot of time that we spent on the game.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, a lot of skills that I've struggled with was a lot of code was just kind of spread out everywhere. This is some of my worst code I've ever written, because I didn't know exactly what I was doing at most times, so I just kind of threw this and threw that into places, and then it kind of just worked. And I know that's a terrible practice, so I need to work on a lot of code management.
For me, I would say the collaboration with the team and working on. I just want to be more proficient in Unity as a whole, and more get tasks done quicker.
Okay. So, are you all planning on adding more functionality to this game later on?
Yeah, if given the opportunity, we would like to improve the melee combat, add chain attacks, possibly different types of weapons to suit different play styles, and just improve the player's movement, make it more complex, more exciting to play.
So, if you could do anything different about this game, what would it be?
Me personally, I would like to make my main character different. I kind of placed the camera in a wrong spot, and I didn't realize that until I finished all the animations. So after that, it would have been very difficult to fix, and it would have taken a lot of time to do it. So definitely, how I constructed the main character, I would like to give more thought into it, rather than just throwing it in there, which is what I did.
For me, it was definitely level design. What I did was a terrible idea. It would be better to just scrap everything and build the levels from the ground up. It was a terrible design. It doesn't look bad, it just was extremely time cost, and it was not efficient in the slightest, nor is it scalable. That's something I would do different.
Alright. So, are you all planning on making games after you graduate?
Yes, definitely.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I would say so, yeah, definitely.
Alright. So is there anything else you guys want to add on?
Not much, other than if you want to play our game, it's a good, short, little, fun 10 minutes that you can enjoy, and it gets a lot harder, definitely, if you go up to the hardest difficulty.
Yeah. It's super simple to just pick up. We made sure anyone can just play our game. It's not complex in the slightest.
Okay. Well, then thank you for coming in and talking about your game. So make sure to go on itch.io, play Bonk or Get Bonked. By the way, before we go, what is the story behind the name?
AJ?
So, the name is actually a reference to a meme that was popular a few months ago. But the main real idea is to grab your attention, and it worked. When you saw the name, you immediately wanted to ask a question about it. So it's just like an eye grabber.
All right. Well, then if you're watching the stream, make sure to go on itch.io, play Bonk or Get Bonked, and give it a rating, and we will be right back.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, welcome back to Florida Poly's Fall 2020 Game Expo. Here in the studio I have Caitlin and Matthew with me, and they are the creators of the game Rhythm Boss. So, can you tell us a little bit about your game?
Yeah, so Rhythm Boss is a 2D platformer rhythm game. You basically start off as playing this bounty hunter. Obviously it doesn't look like a bounty hunter, but if you did look like a bounty hunter, the boss would probably run away before you got there. So the whole point is you run through the level, and then at the end of it, you defeat the boss, and it's, yeah, you get music along with it, so it's kind of cool.
Alright, so what would you call the game genre?
It's a 2D platformer rhythm game. So like obviously you just jump around platforms, try not to fall off, and you're also doing it all to the rhythm of whatever song is playing in the background of the level.
So is there a reason behind choosing this genre?
Rhythm games, there's not really a whole lot of them, but generally they're pretty popular. So specifically joining the genres rhythm and platformer, it kind of adds a new mix to it. So it's a unique game that there's very few of.
So, were there any games that inspired you to make this game?
Cuphead was one because it was very unique. It was all hand-drawn, and it was like there was a boss fight in every level, and it was a platformer shooter. And then there's also like the running one. So ours, we have a run-up to a boss. It's a little similar.
Okay. So, what is the purpose of the game? Because every game has a purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the purpose of your game?
So the whole purpose is the player gets to experience this unique level. Like each level has its own background, it has its own setup of platforms and projectiles and music. It has a different boss for each level. But also the player gets to experience using different items that they earn through achievements. So it's a whole other aspect of it that gets added in.
So, there are all kinds of games out there, right? Different kinds of genres. How is your game different than other games?
I'd say it's pretty unique because one, the genre smashing together. You don't really see too many at least platformer rhythm games, and also I think it's a bit more unique the fact that it's the story bounty hunter. Does not look anything like a bounty hunter, whereas the villains still look very, very real and very much like actual villains. So I think that definitely would set it apart. The whole like kind of like cutesy character versus like actual monstrous boss kind of thing.
Yeah. You know, one thing I've noticed today is most of the games we had were 2D games compared to 3D games. You know, everyone would think it would be the other way around, but you know, nice to see the variety of games. Alright, so is this your first game?
Yes.
Alright, so what were some difficulties that you faced?
So for me, I haven't worked with 2D stuff like at all before this game. So it was this whole challenge of figuring out what tile maps are and how to properly like link up animations and using sprites and everything. I had a whole like hour-long, at least several hours of just researching how to make a 2D game because I really wanted to do this.
Yeah. I myself, I've never used Unity at all. I've done very little 2D with like previous classes in college. But yeah, definitely nothing to this scale, never like a full-on game. And then same with the sprite work. So like just getting the sprites with like the proper like transparency and stuff like that was pretty difficult.
So creating this game, your team had a limited amount of time, right?
Right.
So if you could, are you planning on further developing the game?
I definitely plan to, especially if it gets like a little bit of traction, at least some sort of following on it, because I have ideas for adding more features to it, more levels and more items, because as it is right now, the code isn't super scalable, but if I refactor some of that and I come back to it later on, like maybe during like Christmas break or something, I could definitely get a lot more into it.
So, would you call this game an easy game?
Hit or miss.
Hit or miss?
Yeah. Well, when I was doing the gameplay recording, I actually had a bit of trouble. Like I got hit by a lot of stuff. I fell a good amount. So, and I don't really play a ton of platforms, but I'd like to think I'm decent at them. So it was a little tough running out of health sometimes.
So you would call this game maybe a little bit challenging for a new player, right?
A little bit, yeah. There's 3 different difficulties that just change the player's max health, but even with like 50 health, for example, it kind of runs out really fast.
So let's say you had a limited amount of resources. When I say resources, I mean time, budget. How would you go about creating this game? Like, what would be anything different to add on to this game?
So with limited resources, I think that the mechanic is definitely the key part of this. I started off with just a prototype level. The background had nothing special to it. It was just a couple platforms and then figuring out how to time the projectiles properly so that it matched up with the music. And then obviously from there it would be adding in like extra things like the bounce pads or like deleting the projectiles once it goes off the screen, stuff like that.
Yeah, there are definitely different components that go into creating a game, right?
Yeah.
You have to design it, come up with the models. That's something very important because that's what people see. So you gotta have catchy models, realistic models, and software engineering, right? We have classes, but we teach the techniques, concepts, but applying those concepts are important. Yeah. So, are you all planning on making any other games after graduation?
I would definitely like to. This has been a challenging experience for sure, but my passion for games and making the games is still there. So like, I really enjoyed making this.
I myself already have like a couple ideas, and now that I have a tiny bit of experience in Unity, I might be able to at least attempt like 1 or 2 of them in the future.
So, since we were watching the gameplay a little bit, did you guys create the models or?
So all of these are free assets, including the music. It's all royalty free and everything. I found some of it on Unity's asset store and then from a couple other websites. It's particularly this level's assets were really eye-catching. And the background for this one wasn't in during recording for this, so it's actually supposed to be like a mine or like a cave, and then at the end of it, it's like this really scary monster.
Well, yeah, the game looks great. I mean, even though you use free assets, putting everything together, giving it that your own design is very important. That's what makes it different than any other game out there. So, is there anything else you want to talk about your game?
Other than I definitely plan on adding more into it, so there's definitely more to see than just this. Even after recording this, I fixed up a lot of the bugs and everything before it's released today.
So, question for y'all. How was it different making a game compared to other projects you were a part of?
So obviously even different from like other programming things, there's a lot more of a visual aspect. Like, because with other programming things, it might just be like you're making menus with like text and stuff like this. This is entire like art. It's like art on the screen, everything, and then coding it. It's probably a bit more testing, I'd say, because obviously you have to have a character moving. You have to have a character respond to all these things. It's not just clicking on different buttons and stuff like that. So it's a lot of different things that have to interact. That's different from most things I've done, at least.
Yeah. So, if you were to break down the skills and responsibilities of making a game, how would you break them down?
Definitely have coding be up there, and then after that would probably be like planning it. Or planning should probably be first, obviously, but the coding part is the largest like importance in the whole thing. And then the very bottom should be like visual stuff. UI should be a little bit above that because the huge part of this game is having the UI function with the items and the achievements. I wanted to make sure that the user could see what achievements there were to get in the game so that they could plan out, okay, this is the item I want to go for. I don't know what it does yet, but I haven't gotten that yet, so I want to go hunt that down.
All right. Any final comments about your game?
I don't think I have any.
All right. Well, if no comments, make sure to go on itch.io, play Rhythm Boss, and give it a rating. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Florida Poly's Fall 2020 Game Expo. Here I have David Kozra, and he is the developer of Universal Truth. So, David, can you tell us a little bit about your game?
All right, so my game is an incremental game. It's called Universal Truth. It's set in space. I created it because about a year ago, I was a part of a game jam, and the theme was a space game. And I really wanted to make an incremental game, a game like Cookie Clicker, where you just can continuously get more money and improve in that way. That's where the progression of the game lies. So the universal truth is money, because I'm anti-capitalist and I'm a rebel. I really like it. You go around the universe buying planets, collecting resources.
So one thing I want to note is that David is an independent team, so that makes it even more fun. So, what made you come up with this game?
Like I said, it was a game jam, space theme. I really just enjoyed the idea of, I guess, incremental games where you're not just clicking. I like Cookie Clicker, but I wanted like a very passive game where you could still do things. So I wanted to be able to walk around, but it was space. So I was like, oh, what if they were planets? And the beginning design of the game was very different. There's resources on the planets now and things like that. I think it's a much fuller game compared to what I made about a year ago.
Oh yeah. It looks great. And is there a storyline for the game?
I guess not really. With this game, it's just buy the planets, get as much as you can. I thought about it a lot, and then at the end of it, I was like, it seems like a lot of work. I want to keep the scope as small as possible. It was definitely about making a very simple, agreeable game. I wanted people to be able to understand it very, easily,
Yeah. So I see that you have a light at the end of your, where you're looking at. How is the light affecting anything? Does it have any functionality?
Oh, the lighting in the game? I know the player has a light, and that's just in case you're out in the darkness. I want you to be able to see yourself, at all times. It's really just for aesthetic reasons. I think it really helps, make it seem like more solar.
So, does your game have more than one level, or is it just a one-level game?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
2D lighting's fun though. It's hard to do, but it's interesting.
Yeah, definitely. So how was making?
I hope we're not having connection.
Yes, I think we are having a little connection.
There's really just one level. All you really do is buy the planets and yeah.
All right. Let me ask you one more question. How was creating a game different than any of the projects you were a part of before?
Okay. So this summer, for example, I worked on a password vault. It's a very simple project I made that basically just lets you store information on an SQL database. It wasn't really hard to do, but I think the main difference was Unity gives a lot of interesting ways to do things. Like, I had to wonder, how do I do this? How do I make the player move like this? How do I move the camera and stuff? And other people had made that before in an interesting, fun way. With more traditional software, sometimes you just have to build it yourself, or it's more self-explanatory because you're not worrying about every possible thing the player could do. So it's a lot more of some things are already built for you in Unity and some things aren't with more traditional projects.
Mm-hmm. So are you planning on making games after you graduate? What is your path?
Currently I'm a software engineering student and I really enjoy that, but I wouldn't mind making games on the side. I always enjoy it. It's a great way to express yourself.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree with you. Is there anything else that you want to talk about?
No, I think that's all I have.
All right, well, then make sure to go on itch.io, play David's game Universal Truth, and give it a rating, and we will be right back with another game.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
All right, welcome back to the Florida Poly Virtual Game Expo. If you guys are just joining us, you can play all of these games on itch.io. I'm here with Michael, Nicholas, and Cameron, and they have a game that I might just have to call bull on, but I'm gonna let them explain.
Yeah, so our game, There's a Bull in My Shop, is about you are playing in the position of a employee of a china shop, and you find out that there is a bull stuck in your shop, and your goal is to try to get the bull out of the shop to the exit while damaging the least amount of inventory and scaring off the least amount of customers as possible within the given time limit.
Excellent. So, what are some of the hazards? Like, how is this mechanic? Dig a little deeper into this mechanic of trying to get the bull out of your shop. How do you handle that?
So, obviously the big one is the bowl itself. Basically, this bowl, you kind of start in this like maintenance closet, and the bowl is in like a caged room. There's like a garage door that opens when you exit the maintenance closet, and he will kind of just patrol around the shop. He just kind of goes to random places until he spots the player, and then he will go into like a charging state where he will basically just charge towards the player, and he'll try his best to kind of keep aiming towards the player, but as the player you're going to want to like try to kind of kite him so that you want to try and guide him to the exit, but if the bull hits the player will lose health. If the bull knocks over china, you'll lose health for each piece of china that breaks. And then there's also additionally, as you'll see in a second, there's some shoppers that roam around the shop, and there's also this teenager kid. The shoppers just kind of randomly patrol and just look at things on the walls, and if the bull is charging the player and gets too close to the shopper will get scared and flee the shop, and you'll lose HP from that as well. The teenager, on the other hand, he doesn't get scared, but he'll spit gum around, just like on the ground, and it'll like catch characters and the bull. Anything that steps on it will get stuck there briefly. So
Real quick, was that the shopper in the gray shirt, or was
yeah, the one in the the like bluish shirt.
Okay, so the teenager is the red shirt. I'm assuming.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, that's so that's like about sums up the hazards.
Yeah.
And the time limit also. It's just like you kind of want to try and manage your time well to like if you're going to move stuff around the level, you kind of want to like plan that a little bit and be kind of quick on doing it.
So what were some of how did this game get inspired?
So when we were coming up with ideas for this game, we each kind of had different ideas. And after the end of it, we kind of combined all of our ideas together to kind of create this. Mm-hmm. Before I continue with that, I'd like to talk about the high score system right here. Mm-hmm. So we played the game on hard mode, and we just beat the level efficiently and quickly. So you now have a new high score to add to a list of high scores as saved to the user. So we'll navigate to the high scores page for level 1, and you'll see that you got a second place high score. It's because we want to encourage the player to kind of come back to the levels to kind of do them better, more efficiently, and things like that. So then going back to what inspired us to make this game, it was just an idea that we thought would be really fun to make, to have a rampaging bull just kind of around a shop, and you have to be kind of careful.
No, for sure. So tell me a bit about the process of making the game. How did you go about it?
So when we first started with this game, we initially thought that we wanted to have kind of a top-down, third-person view of the game. But after a while of just kind of talking back and forth, we decided a first-person view of this game would make the player feel more immersed in their role as an employee of the shop. And because of this, now you can round a corner, and then the bull will be there, and then you have to try and get away from him as quickly as possible so you don't get rammed into a wall. And then on top of that, too, we also wanted to just kind of make it just feel more immersive to the player, because when we had it top-down, you could see the player, but it was more like you were controlling a separate entity. We wanted you to be in the game itself. So now I'd like to pass it on to Nick to talk about some of the shelves, china, and picking up objects.
Yeah, so around the shop you'll notice that there are shelves with china on them, and that's one of the main obstacles, is to not knock them over. So each shelf has multiple different kinds of china. You got vases, you got bowls, you got plates. There's multiple different like visual variants, and they all kind of handle physics kind of differently, but they're all the same in the sense that when they detect a collision that is like over a set breaking speed, then they will get destroyed. And when they get destroyed, they will turn into multiple like shards, and each shard will have like kind of a random explosive force applied to them to kind of make it a little chaotic and a little more random, and you just make it a little more interesting. Because when you see a shelf topple over, you see like a bunch of like china shards go everywhere. You're like, oh my god, that was destructive. You know, it's a little satisfying almost. But yeah, and so each shelf just has the pottery, and they all kind of work the same in the sense that they detract from your HP when they get broken. Each of them does about the same. And then as you see, when you're looking at something that you can pick up, if you're within the correct distance, the cursor will turn green, in which case you can pick up the object. When you pick up the object, the cursor then turns blue to indicate that you're picking it up. You can move stuff around. This is like shelves and some of the like little like trees and like the shrubs and stuff like in the pots. You can move them around, and you can do two things with them mainly. One, you can just relocate them. Like you can move the shelves around to create a more efficient path to get the bull through. And also you can use them to activate buttons. So there's pressure sensitive buttons that can be used to open doors, like how you start most levels in like a maintenance room, you use it to open the door. Or you can also use it in some of the levels. We have plates throughout the level that you need to put stuff on in order to open up progression through the level. And then I'm going to pass on to Michael, who's going to talk about the AI.
Yeah, so I kind of was responsible for like the AI in this game, and the process of developing the AI was very like it's something that takes a lot of trial and error. Essentially, like a lot of the different characters in the game use a similar sort of AI, where they kind of start by just like kind of patrolling the random places, and they sort of pathfind their way through. But then the bull, of course, goes into that charging state and then has to like lose the player. And if the player's like not in sight of the bull, or the bull can't see the player, then the bull will lose sight. And they all kind of work similarly, but just getting them to do little things just right and just like making it feel good, there's quite a lot of kinks. And even just seeing this like slightly older footage, since then, in the like few days between that and the actual Game Expo, we actually made a few tweaks to the AI that are noticeable in watching this. But yeah.
So what tweaks were those? Like what?
Oh, just mainly like parametric things. There's like a lot of parameters that we could tweak. Like for instance, the radius that the like bull has to be within a certain destination to be like in that destination so that it moves to the next thing, how long it pauses at a destination, just things like that. There's a whole bunch of just variables that we had to like kind of tweak and try and just get them just right.
No, for sure. Did you, so the bull will not break the china if it's not charging, is that correct?
No, the bull, it can break the china. It's just, it does use pathfinding to some extent with the shelves as well, so it won't go out of its way to break the china on its own, but it does happen sometimes. He's kind of just clumsy, and we think that's, kind of appropriate. But you'll really see him just ram right through the shelves if he's charging you, because because of his speed when he's charging you, he's not going to be able to make wide turns to get around the shelves.
Yeah, so the faster he's charging down an aisle, the less likely he is to try and avoid a shelf and just try and hit you.
How long did it take you to make this game?
So when we first started, we spent about a week developing a prototype to see if this idea was going to be feasible to take to the next level. And we were really happy with the steps we made in the prototype, and we wanted to kind of pursue it further and see what other things we could do. So we spent another roughly 2 weeks kind of developing what you see here, and there's a bowl in my china shop, or there's a bowl in my shop. And just through all those steps, and it was a lot of learning that went involved when we kind of went to this, because it was a lot of, I didn't think these would behave this certain way, and a lot of just minor tweaks, and just things to kind of make the game feel a little bit nicer than it was at its. Because we do have more gameplay that we have on itch.io that we don't currently have right now. So if you want to check it out, we would really appreciate that.
Definitely. And what are some of the assets you made in the game?
So some of the assets that we made were some of the things like the camera you just saw there. We had to kind of make ourselves because models that we found were either too complex for the style of our game, or they just didn't really fit for being a security camera. And then other things we had to make, such as the bull animation, we had to kind of learn how to rig and animate a bull and just kind of do that through Maya, a software that we get at Florida Poly. And just other aspects such as some of the sounds were made, the shelves that you see here we made ourselves, as well as the bubblegum splat that you see on the floor.
Excellent. If you could do anything different, what would you do?
So one thing that we found pretty early in development, like kind of like around like prototype phase, is that the way that we set things up, when you kind of knocked over a shelf, it was really satisfying to just see all the china just like fall and explode, and the destruction was kind of satisfying to just like run around and just destroy everything. So I think if we were to do anything differently, we would experiment with the idea of kind of turning the mechanic on its head to where instead of trying to get out as cleanly as possible, you're placed in an area like an opponent's china shop, and you have to destroy as much stuff as possible and cause the most amount of chaos and havoc in a set time limit. So kind of like a chaos mode, you know, where everything's kind of flipped around, and you are the bull, or like you have to cause the most amount of destruction as possible. So I think like experimenting with those alternate modes could be very interesting.
And it can be interesting to see like the bull can naturally go toward the exit, and you got to go and swat.
Yeah, you got to keep it in the shop.
I could see that. I could see that. So what have you learned in making the game?
So I think like the biggest thing is just the feeling of how long it takes to make a game, even just with like a fairly simple mechanic. Just everything that you think could possibly go wrong is going to go wrong. Everything that you don't think is going to go wrong is also going to go wrong, and it's indescribable just like how hard it is to get to that like final finished product. And I think it's something you can only really experience. And I think we all just got like a very strong taste of that in making this game.
That's true.
So that's like definitely the biggest thing.
Would you do anything different? Now that you had this experience, you're going to go forward and make Bowl and China Shop 2. What are you going to do different?
I think some of the things that could be done differently is I think we did a really good job of planning when we were setting up what to do with our game, such as some of the software engineering documents. But then when we were making it, we realized that some things were kind of excessive, or we actually needed more variables than needed. So now that we have experience in some things that need to be included as well, we can do a better job of optimization. Like one problem that we have, or that we had shortly before launch, is our lights were kind of affecting our game. So what we did is we baked it, and that solved our problem like immediately. So just knowledge like that, just having the knowledge that those are the solutions that we need to do, is just going to speed up production a lot more.
Excellent. Now I got one last question, because I've been curious about this game. How did you balance the mechanic so the bull doesn't just automatically go scare the customers or break the china before the player has a chance to set up the escape?
That's the we've been calling it the bull zone a lot, but basically the like starting area for the bull, we were debating on whether or not the bull should start just roaming around the shop, or if the bull should start in like a cage. And we just decided that it would be logistically like a lot safer to have him start in like a cage, and then when you open the door, he's released, so that the player doesn't watch the bull just like ruin the shop before you even start. And the player has time to like think about what they want to do. So that was that's just how we went about that.
And like that maintenance room that you see the character spawn in, when you press on the button to open the door to get out of there, that also opens up the bull zone. So the bull is stuck in its little cage, so that if you load into a level but you're not ready to like start it yet, the bull's just gonna kind of chill. But the second you open the door and you enter the level, it's like free game. Anything can happen.
I noticed on that starting zone you had what looked like security monitors.
Yeah,
those are live rendered.
Yeah, those are live cameras that you can see. So everything you see there will be what is actually happening on the scene. So in level 1, for instance, we have 3 cameras, one in the bull's cage, so you can get an idea and introduce the player that the bull is trapped. And then we have 2 in kind of opposite corners, so you can kind of get a layout of what the level looks like. So when you open the door and look back at the camera, you can see the cage door lift, so you can see that the bull is being released from where he is and into the shop.
Excellent. All right, is there anything else you want to say?
Go play our game.
Yes. Go play the game. Bull in the China and bull in my shop. Sorry, I'm interrupting. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
Welcome back to the Florida Poly Fall Virtual Game Expo. I'm here with Shelby, Arlington, and Isabella, and they are the authors of Asia's Adventure. So, I was kind of curious off the top, what was each member's involvement of the game?
So my name is Isabella. I was the team lead for the game, and I was also the main programmer and enemy AI designer.
Excellent.
My name is Shelby. I was the sound engineer, the level designer, and I helped design the enemies.
Excellent.
I'm Arlington, and I worked on UI and playtesting.
Excellent. All right. What is this game's genre, and why did you choose it?
So the game's genre is a third-person action shooter, and the story is actually kind of funny. 3 years ago, Shelby and I went to a game jam, and we came up with an idea of making Asia's Adventure basically a 2D platformer where you would shoot enemies because you were tiny and trapped in your room, and you didn't know what had happened, but the enemies were attacking you. So this year we thought, what about taking that game idea that we never finished because it was our first semester and making it into something really big with all the new skills that we acquired through all these years. So we came up with this genre because it was what best translated from the original 2D platformer that we had made, and it basically fit the theme really well.
Excellent, excellent. I'm noticing the theme here, so I have a kind of a toy box theme?
Yes.
Excellent. Do you enjoy this kind of genre? Is this your favorite genre of the group?
I enjoy that genre a lot. I love games like Risk of Rain, Uncharted, and all like third-person shooters. They're really fun to me.
No.
I'm honestly terrible at shooters in general. I play strategy games.
Strategy games. What's your favorite?
Platformers.
Platformers.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So what makes this game different than any other game?
So So most games have a siege area that's just kind of like a secondary feature. That's more of a multiplayer, a bonus, a mini game sort of thing. But this one is centered around the siege area, and the story centers around the siege area as well. So.
Excellent. So there is a story to. Is there a linear story to the levels?
Yes. So in the story, Asia wakes up in the middle of a dream, and she doesn't know what's happening, but she is the same size as all of her other toys. So the toys start attacking her because apparently the cat guardian is not there anymore. So she naturally goes and protects the tower, not knowing what it was, only to find out that the cat guardian was actually her cat, who was protecting the tower and was asleep taking a nap.
Okay. Excellent. What's your favorite game developer, indie or AAA?
So I would say that my favorite game developer is Sucker Punch. They made games like Sly Cooper and Ghost of Tsushima. They have been really amazing games that I played and I really enjoyed them. I also love Media Molecule. They made platformers and pretty cool.
I only played Nintendo as a kid, so mine's Nintendo.
Fair enough.
I don't know that I have a favorite game developer, but like most of my favorite games are by Square Enix, so.
Fair enough. So these models, did you create them yourself, and art assets?
They're stock. They're from the free Unity store. We scoured the 3D assets and found the best ones.
Excellent. It was a really good fit. So is this what were the difficulties you faced when making this game?
All right, I'll start. There were many difficulties with this game. I think one of the biggest ones was the fact that this is a very common genre, and getting movement mechanics and shooting mechanics right is a challenge because it's such a well-known genre that you have certain expectations of it coming in. So meeting those expectations was kind of difficult, especially in terms of camera movement, character movement, and such. Another difficulty that we had was light maps. Some of the assets that we got, they didn't really fit with the render pipeline that we were using. So we had to mess around with textures and UV maps and all these things that took us a while to get right.
We had to work on time management and the time constraint. We had, jobs and other classes, so we had to really fight to get everything done in time.
Yeah. We also struggled a lot with, oddly enough, the pause menu. Like, you would not realize how difficult it is to program pausing in a game. Like, there's so many things, and like we had this weird problem where the game would not resume after you paused it, and it was just like a weird quirk within Unity and the way it updates. That took a long time to figure out.
Yeah, pause menus are not trivial. Is this your first game?
It's the first one that we've like start to finish.
Okay. And how would you describe that process? How did you guys your teamwork or manage teamwork?
We managed teamwork using Trello. We had all the tasks listed out in different cards, and we all assigned each other roles based on what we were responsible for doing. So whoever was doing the most coding had the gameplay mechanics to fix or do such things. And that's how we structured it. We had certain tasks that were due each week, so pretty much in an agile format, we had certain things to do per week, and basically play test every week to make sure that the game was working.
Fair enough. How long did it take you, or for each phase, how long did it take you to develop the game?
So phase 1 was the longest one to develop because it included the main mechanics of the game. Getting phase 1 to work was the key to getting all the other phases to work. The level design didn't take particularly long for certain ones, but fixing it.
The first one took the longest because I had to get all the scaling right and all the right amount of clutter.
But once we had that down, making the other levels was a lot easier. We came across some issues with the level design and making sure that the mechanics that we made in level 1 translated well into the different levels, because at some times they didn't do the same things that they were doing in a different level, which was very, very different. So it took a while to get everything to work right in all 3 levels.
Okay. I noticed there's two new enemies. I haven't seen the robot, and then you have that plant-looking thing. What do the enemies do? Does it break down, or do they have different AIs?
So the mummy chases the player. The dog enemy, the little dog knight, he attacks a tower until the enemy's in range, until the player's in range, and then he chases after the player. The robot shoots the tower until the player's in range, and then shoots the player. And then the little slime bunny, he heals the enemies.
Oh, okay. Excellent. And is this the second level or third level?
This is the second level.
Second level, okay. Excellent. So each level has a certain amount of waves?
Yes.
Okay. So are there any different weapons, items?
There are 2 main weapons in the game. We didn't have much time to add different, beyond that. But you have the handgun, which she's using right now, and you have the automatic rifle. We were going to initially do Nerf guns in the game, and also water guns to basically tie into that toy box feeling, but we couldn't find any assets for it in time. So we had to work with what we found, which was AKs and pistols. But yeah, the pistol tends to do more damage if you're really good at clicking. If you click really fast, you can do a lot of damage. But the AK does consistent damage to the enemies, so it's a really good beginner-friendly weapon.
Excellent. And were your bullets were raycast calculated?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So what are do you have any plans on developing this game any further?
So our initial idea for this game was to add a multitude of power-ups and to add a multitude of weapons that you could choose, and also to add a co-op option. So we do have the plan of looking into multiplayer and adding couch multiplayer to the game, because what's supposed to make this game feel fun is that you're working with your friends to protect the toy box. So it's not just a single-player adventure as it is right now. In the future, we plan on making it so that it's a cooperative adventure.
Excellent. So as for a nominal player, like someone who's got kind of a wide experience, different platforms, different games, how challenging would you think this game is right now?
So the easy difficulty is it's very doable, it's very easy. The insane or insomnia difficulty is very difficult. You get very overwhelmed. Some of us did not complete insomnia. And we had to add a damage multiplier, a very big damage multiplier on the hardest difficulty, because the enemies were just so overwhelming, because the amount of enemies increases and their health increases. So we added some damage boosts throughout, which replaced the power-ups that we're originally going to have that would make this easier. It's the damage boost, level 3.
Excellent. So what are your career paths for after Florida Poly?
I want to find a career.
Excellent.
Yep.
Are you planning going into games, the game design?
I would love that, but I'm not going to be picky.
That's fair. I plan on continuing working with the company that I intern for. Excellent. And doing video games on the side, because I still have many projects I would like to make.
Excellent.
You know, I'm still a little bit not sure there. I should know what I'm doing at this point, but I think it'd be fun to work as like an indie game developer. But I also recognize that that's not necessarily the easiest choice.
So one more question: if you had to redo all over again, what would you do differently, or would you do anything differently?
I would like to have designed our own assets. It would have made light map rendering a lot easier, and it would just have all meshed together much cleaner.
I really would have liked to add more to the user interface, just like animations and stuff, make things just a little bit prettier, a little more polished.
Yeah, I also would have liked to have added more power-ups. That was the main idea of the game, to have power-ups and all these things that would make waves seem different. So I would like to add more randomness to waves and also different aspects of gameplay.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to comment about the game? Anything I missed?
It's the cutest game out there.
It is a cute and kick-ass game. I want you to know it gets both of them. Very good. All right, that was Asia's Adventure. Shelby, Arlington, Isabella, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
Welcome. If you're just joining, we are the 2020 Game Expo at Florida Poly University, live in the Sim Lab. I'm your host, Christian Navarro. With us today, we have the developers for the new game, RGB. With us is actually Philip and Julian. Can you tell us a little bit about the game?
RGB is a puzzle platformer that was originally created for the Game Jam, the Florida Poly Media Club Game Jam, within the span of 72 hours. Since then, some graphics issues have been fixed and new music has been added.
Okay. And what does RGB stand for in this game?
Still the same thing as usual, red, green, and blue. It represents the 3 colors you can change during gameplay to manipulate the world around you.
All right, so we have 3 very strong primary colors. And you talk about manipulating the world. I gather, is there a narrative to this?
Not really, no.
Okay. All right, what game genre is this?
Mostly a puzzle platformer. So in the future levels, you'll see there's going to be balls and cups that you need to place so that you can solve different puzzles, open different doors, and get to the finish portal.
Okay, do you enjoy playing other puzzle platformers?
I personally really enjoy Portal. That's one big inspiration for this game. Other puzzle platformers, like, actually I can't think of any. Do you have any others?
Portal was a very big influence on this
biggest
game.
one.
Yeah, Portal, okay. Yeah, Portal is a platformer. That's several years old. What system do you remember playing that on?
PC, mainly.
PC, okay.
Both the first and second games.
All right. Did you create all the graphics yourself with within Unity?
The ball cup model I actually made in Maya, but everything else is Unity, yeah.
Okay. How long did this game take to make? I know you said you initially made it for the Game Jam, but then you've added some elements.
All the levels and mechanics were made within the 72 hours of the Game Jam. But there's additional music. Originally there was only 3 tracks, 1 for each color. But since then I've expanded it to 3 tracks per level and 3 different songs. 3 different level songs and then 3 different variations for the colors there.
Okay. How did you choose the music, or did you compose the music yourself?
I'm the one who did the music. I initially created 3 different themes that are very similar in key and tone. And then afterwards, I changed the instrumentation for the colors to give some sort of similarity, but you can tell it's different from different colors.
Okay, right now we have a strong blue color. Can you tell us what's happening in the game right now? Well, it just turned red.
So right now, in this level, you're supposed to find the 3 different colored balls. You can see that there's going to be a red one from that cube there. And then you're supposed to place them all into the room with all the cups. And then afterwards, that unlocks the moving platforms at the other end of the room so that you can reach the portal on the far exit.
Okay. And so I see there's somewhat of a disc type structure where the ball is. Is that the location you need to place the ball?
Yes, those are the cups that contain them.
And will that initiate a scoring system? Is that how we get points?
The puzzle in that, those, depending on how you place the balls, they will change which platforms are activated. So in this case, it'd go green, red, blue. But if you place them in a different order, it's entirely up to the player how the puzzle is solved.
Okay. Would you consider this game difficult for a new player, or do you have difficulty levels set?
It's a puzzle game, so the difficulty will vary, whether trial and error and however long it takes for you to figure out the mechanics.
Okay. Now I saw the ball Where is the ball? Okay, there it is. It's on the green block.
So much like the colored platforms, The different colored balls will not show up unless you're viewing that color.
And I programmed the balls specifically, and it was actually kind of interesting making them interactable with the cups only when their color was on, as well as having to disable certain aspects of them so that they wouldn't fall through the floor when they didn't have their color on.
Okay, can they fall through other areas, maybe between the platforms, can they fall?
No, and if they could, we actually have a safety feature. If they fall below a certain level, they just come right back to you.
Okay. So are there any adversaries or conflicts, struggles for the player?
Mainly just trying
Other
to
than
get to
falling
the
to the void.
Yeah, you
Falling
could fall.
to the void. If you fall through the void, will it respawn?
It will respawn to the start of the level.
Oh, okay, to the start of the level. If you were to use this for, say, Game Dev 2 or another project, are there any major changes or even minor changes you would consider doing for this game?
Because of the limited time we had to make this game, we're very limited in the mechanics we could add. So I would like to add more levels and more different mechanics that we could implement and explore.
Yeah, I definitely like to explore the concept a little bit more. One concept we had early on was being able to combine the colors, like how if you have both red and green, you get a yellow light, but we couldn't have time for that during the jam.
All right, well, that sounds like a interesting element to add maybe to version 2.0 instead of, well, then you might have to change the name of the game. RGBY?
CMYK.
Cyan, magenta, yellow, sure. What was the most challenging part for you as a game developers?
Well, I'd say the hardest part for me was, like I said, I had to code the balls and the way the cups work. I had to figure out a way to make the cups influence certain things. And also I had to find a way to make it scalable, which was a challenge because we wanted to have like different aesthetics possible for the different walls. Like some walls can be colored, some walls are a blank color, and so I had to find a way to make that work for whatever kind of wall we had in mind. I spent one whole night, like I couldn't sleep one night, and I actually spent the entire night just coding the ball and cup mechanics to get it perfect.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm certain
It paid off really well.
paid off. If you're watching on Twitch TV, go over to itch.io to our channel, and you can actually download and play this game, give it a rating, share it with some of your friends, and give us some feedback on the Twitch channel what you think of this game. Because a lot of time went into, as you were just saying, the game, the physics of the ball, making sure it's going to work at different levels, different sizes. So we talked about the future development of this game. We talked about some of the development you've already done between the two of you. I'm curious how you divided up the work between you.
Well, initially I was just delegated to do the music as the mechanics were initially started to be done. And then afterwards, once we made all the prefabs, we're all free to make our own levels.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you both just contributed.
I started off as a programmer, and then I made a decent chunk of the levels. And we wanted about 10 levels by the time the jam was over, so we called upon Julian to help make some, and it worked out pretty well, I'd say.
Okay.
Because once all the initial assets were created, the different platforms, it's only a matter of placing them into the Unity scene.
Okay. So what's after this? After Poly, do you see a career in game development, or do you have other ideas?
I personally really hope I do get into a career for game development, but I am okay with like just programming in general. I really enjoy learning new languages and learning about computers, So like finding any environment like that for me sounds like a good time.
Okay. Do you like working in the Unity environment?
Yeah, actually Unity is very easy to use. It's very flexible, it feels like. And just the general like way it works tends to be very friendly to developers like me.
Okay. And how about you?
Well, I want to continue making games, whether it's going to be a career or not. It's a very enjoyable thing to see something to completion.
Okay, excellent. Yes, and I'm sure our community appreciates that as well. So if you were just watching, we're watching the RGB game developed by Julian and Philip. It's available on itch.io right now. You can download it, you can rate it, and you can share it with your friends. Do it now before it becomes a commercial success, and it's going to cost you $1.99 or whatever it is on Steam. Go ahead and check it out right now. Let us know what you're thinking on twitch.tv. My name is Christian Navarro, and this is Julian and Philip from RGB. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
Welcome. If you're just joining, you're visiting us at the Sim Lab for the 2020 Game Expo at Florida Poly University. I'm your host, Christian Navarro. With us today, we have in the Sim Lab the developers for the new game, Pointy's Elemental Adventure. So, can you go ahead and tell us a little bit about Pointy's Elemental Adventure?
Pointy's Elemental Adventure is a turn-based RPG where you are allowed to put points into different elements so you can power up your skills. Certain skills get unlocked the more points you have, and the older skills that you had tend to get stronger the more points you invest. We like to believe that this kind of gives some freedom of choice to the player as to what they want to put in. Like, they could put in a lot of points into their fire skills, but also put some into their healing skills. And that's the main gist of it. We use a system of action points to use skills, and these action points can only be regenerated by using your basic attack instead of a skill, or via potions. It's about...
That pretty much sums it up. It's very reminiscent of the old Flash RPGs that people used to play. Tend to be very small, but have a little bit going on, just a little bit of creative freedom, but nothing that extends so long like the 100-hour console games and typical RPGs that are released on modern day.
Okay, so you've emphasized that it's an RPG. You've got the skill building component of RPGs. Is this a game genre that you're both fond of?
Yes, I am in love with turn-based RPGs. I love Pokemon. I love Dragon Quest. I'm a fan of Fire Emblem to an extent. I find the genre very enjoyable.
I love RPGs as well, but I'm less more on the turn-based side. I just like any RPG. In fact, the more unique the combat system, the better for me, rather than these typical turn-based.
Okay, tell me about your combat.
A lot of my combat tends to revolve around 3D movement, which is why, the reason I like RPGs so much is actually more focused on the world building, the different NPCs you can interact with, the stories or interests that people have in the world itself, how all of that's built, the scene that things create. That's what I'm more interested in when it comes to the actual RPG.
Okay, so is there a narrative then to this backstory?
For this game, the narrative is generally just a feels-good game. A lot of it is made so that it doesn't take itself too seriously. It parodies a lot of some of the more typical generic, hey, dark world, gotta save it all. It tries to parody a lot of it. A lot of the NPCs are more based on the fact that they don't believe in you. So rather, they just make a lot of jokes, they live their life as if normal. They make a lot of jabs at each other rather than anything else. So that's what more this world is based on, instead of actually making a full-on story.
Okay, so we see some of the differences where you're pointing out, making parodies of it instead of getting too serious in here, while still maintaining the world building, skill building, typical RPG set. What about your assets? Are all the assets developed by you two, or do you reach out?
I personally made every asset in the game, every model. He worked on the terrain, the actual levels were him, but I worked on the trees, the hero, the NPCs, the enemies, the UI, and the sprites.
I pretty much just put everything that he already made.
Okay, and I see that there was a third member who couldn't be here with us today, Mr. Coulter. What was his contribution to your project?
He made the battle system from the ground up. We really couldn't have really done it without him.
Okay. And the battle system, how would you say that compares to a battle system in another turn-based RPG? What are some of the similarities or differences in that? Is there one particular game that you can say, oh, this one reminds me of this and we were inspired by?
Definitely more Dragon Quest kind of feel to it, just because of the way the spells get stronger. In Dragon Quest, there's several levels to each spell, and the names get changed as they get stronger. And I like to think that we kind of use that in our game with the skill point system, and how every skill point you allocate makes your element stronger.
Do players start out with 0 skill points, or do you give them Or a small set?
We give them 5 to work with the entire game, and they can change it at almost any time outside of combat.
Okay. How difficult is this for a new player?
I wouldn't say it's too difficult.
It really does depend on how they play the game. A lot of the game scales the levels extremely heavily, so a level up for the hero is very, very drastic in difference. Meaning that if you go to fight any optional enemy, you have a significant advantage. So people who like to explore are going to have a very easy time with this game. People who are very straightforward, they just want to get to the end as fast as possible, it's going to be fairly difficult for them because of how the levels scale between the enemy and the hero.
What's the most powerful enemy?
That would be a tree ant.
Yeah. Big
Literally a cross between
monster.
a tree and an ant? Or?
No, it's an old I want to say mythological beast, where it's just a tree that's come to life and is hostile.
Oh.
Yeah, in our case, it's basically a tree spider.
Yeah.
So I imagine it'd take a lot of hit points to battle a tree. And maybe is it towering in size over the character as well?
Yeah, it's about double your size at the very least.
Okay. So it's the most powerful character or enemy in this. Can you tell us about the world building in this game?
So a lot of the world building falls down to 2 basic aspects. How the world looks around you in the scenes. A lot of the aesthetics that I have, I tried to make it so that way you can see on the bottom how a lot of stuff is kind of blended. It's to help everything transition smoothly. There's a very distinct difference between naturalistic in this game and then man-made. You can see it in the next level actually, where there'll just be a steel beam that looks like a ramp compared to all the other hills that are a lot more naturalistic. They're very easy to climb. And all the NPCs generally have something that they can relate to another NPC, with the goal being that when you talk to an NPC, you want to go see what the other one says, because now it gets you curious on everything else. It's not vague enough where you won't understand anything they're saying, but it is enough where you would be motivated to go talk to everyone.
Okay. Besides acquiring knowledge from NPCs, what kind of rewards are available in the game? Do enemies drop anything valuable, or is it just searching and finding a hidden treasure?
It's mostly just treasures on the overworld. Enemies will guard treasures, but they do not drop anything. We didn't implement that.
Okay. How long does this game take to make?
3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, I'd say. First week was just UI and modeling. Second week was battle system implementation, and then we had to keep reworking a lot of things to work with the battle system. Last week was balancing and just working out the kinks.
Okay. So if I was a new player and went to play this game that took 3 weeks, how long of gameplay do you think I would have for exploration and before I'd be able to defeat everything?
I'd say about 30 minutes.
Probably a little longer, but yeah, it's a very small game.
Okay.
It's not large.
How about making it larger? Are there any plans, or if you were to expand on it, what would you do to change it or to add to the game?
So, for me personally, we stuck to concise and small levels in general because we wanted to ensure that we didn't overload the work, and that way we could just keep everything in a time-like manner. Okay. But if I was given more time, I would like to make the levels a little bigger and then add a few more. That way I could get a few more different themes. Like, for example, a castle level would be fantastic because compared to all the terrain-based levels that I have here, a castle level that's a lot more man-made, a lot more rigid in its turns and that kind of feel would be very interesting, I think, to have. That's my personal feeling on the matter.
Would you put that in the same level, or would you make that a new level?
I would probably make that a new level somewhere around the town that unlocks after you beat, say, the cave.
Okay.
I personally would have liked to add some shops to the game, but I feel like the shops would only be really useful on a bigger scale than what we currently had.
Okay, to increase your inventory, to sell your wares.
Yeah, exactly. Buy some new wares.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
How about is there opportunity for this to be a multiplayer or perhaps multiplayer online game? Do you see any networking of this and having an open world where many people can play online?
Not
we
really.
actually mentioned that earlier, though. We did bring up the possibility, right?
Yeah, but I don't really see it coming to fruition. I feel like that'd be hard to balance around. And the world isn't exactly that sprawling at the moment.
Okay. Well, it looks pretty interesting. Right now, there was like a dark scene. Is this a nighttime or twilight?
It's a cave, actually.
Cave, okay.
Yeah, in the road level, one of the most prominent features that I made was that cave that stands out near the side of where the NPCs actually are. The cave is made to be dark because everything else in the game is so bright. This helps provide a little bit of a contrast, and it also adds the fact that unlike the rest of the game, where you can see usually the treasure and then see the enemy guarding it as well and decide, that does not work as well in the cave. There are very few treasures you can see before you actually see the enemy, and usually if you can see the treasure, you cannot see it from the same side you can get to it. So you can't usually see what's actually guarding it.
All right, looks like the player just found the treasure in there.
Yeah. That was
So-
the end of the cave.
That game wrapped up with that player finding that treasure. What about wrapping up your careers? Are you planning on expanding into game development after your academic career, or you have other ideas for your career after Florida Poly?
I would love to go into game development. I've said this before, but like I'm okay with any programming, but game development is a much bigger focus of mine.
Sure. Okay.
I also would like to go into game development, but unlike Philip, I am not much on the programming side. I am not huge on it. However, I am huge on story building, level design, even just like the design papers and documentation. I absolutely love all of that about game design, and I would really like to continue my career in this.
Well, as a part of game design, it's very much a team sport, so we need all those elements. All right. So for our friends on twitch.tv, if you haven't checked out this game, go ahead over to itch.io and check out Pointy's Elemental Adventure and let us know what you think. Give it a rating. Come on to twitch.tv stream chat and give us some feedback. Thank you very much to Philip and Nikhil for joining us today at the Sim Lab at Florida Poly University. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
Hi, if you're joining, welcome to the 2020 Game Expo at Florida Poly University, live in the Sim Lab. I'm your host, Christian Navarro. With us today, we have the developer for the new game. What is your new game? I want to make a game with a capital A, with the developer, Jonathan Bacharach. Jonathan, can you tell us about I Want to Make a Game?
So I Want to Make a Game is part of a, microbacterial cesspool of fan games of the game I Want to Be the Guy, which came out in, I think, 2007. And essentially they all start with, I wanna, and then blank. This game in particular is a giant reference to MATLAB in a way. I kind of wanted to capture the essence of MATLAB in that it is an extremely terrible, user-hostile, hard-to-learn program. And I wanted to take that feeling that engineering students get when they try to learn MATLAB and sum it up in a game that the average person can play. So you can really get that deep sinking feeling in your soul without having to think too hard and understand a whole programming IDE. It's full of references to popular games, like the first world here is Minecraft and then Terraria. Later on we're going to get into World 2, which is a little bit of Portal, as well as a little bit of meme culture references and things like Herobrine coming down from the ceiling and the gnomed meme, if you know what that is.
So I'm taking it there's no central genre that this can fit into. You're telling me different levels have different influences, very eclectic sounding.
Mostly the art assets, the sound design, that kind of thing. But the overarching genre is a precision platformer, which is a platformer that requires very precise movements. It's very difficult to get through levels and reach the next save points and all that kind of thing. But it is a platformer at heart.
Okay, so tell us, what do you think of MATLAB?
I don't like MATLAB. MATLAB is extremely powerful, and it does a lot of things really, really well. But they kind of could have gone about it a little bit differently. If you have any experience with scripting languages and general standard kind of procedures, MATLAB throws all of that out the window, probably because it expects to be dealing with mechanical engineers who don't want to deal with code, and it just, hey, this seems a little bit more intuitive, except that it's not. And I'm not a huge fan of it. Also, because MATLAB stands for Matrix Laboratory, if you didn't know that. The whole purpose of MATLAB is to be able to handle matrices, and it does that really well, and does everything else really poorly. But this isn't about MATLAB, this is about this horrible game that I made.
So, there's been a lot of references to MATLAB. What platform did you actually develop this with?
This is made in GameMaker Studio 1.
Okay.
Yep. I've been developing in GameMaker for about 9 years now. I started in GameMaker 7 back in middle school. So it's been a journey.
Now, a lot of our students are using Unity. Can you tell us about why you chose GameMaker, maybe some of the differences?
I haven't touched Unity too much, but I do plan on learning Unity soon. This is most likely the last game I will make with GameMaker, so this is kind of my giant farewell. Take this. I'm not using your program anymore. I used GameMaker when I was much younger, just because I hadn't found Unity. Unity existed, but GameMaker was the first thing that I stumbled across, so GameMaker is what I ended up learning. GameMaker is really, really good for rapid prototyping and really bad for long-term projects. It is possible to make really good, large projects like Undertale, Hyper Light Drifter, Hotline Miami, all came out as indie titles under GameMaker and were really successful. But you have to be very careful how you set up your workflow, and you have to kind of coax it into doing what you want a little bit. Unity, on the other hand, is amazing at 3D games, but its 2D pipeline isn't as great. So it's kind of a toss-up. And I think really what I'd like to go into coming up next is a new open source program called Godot. It's about, I think, 5 years old now. And I think in another 5 years, once it's baked a little more, it'll be a really amazing program.
Okay. And you think you might adopt that as a...
Yeah, I think I'm going to switch to Unity and Godot. Unity because it's good for collaboration. A lot of people know Unity. And Godot, I think, is going to be the best one out there in the next couple of years, in my personal opinion.
So what's the most challenging part? This looks like a challenging part right here for the player, not getting eaten by the eyeballs.
Yeah, the most challenging part, you're probably going to ask me about the most challenging part for development. The most challenging part for development is figuring out what isn't just an absolutely absurd challenge for the player to have to go through. Because I can do it. And there's a lot of things that I've been able to do that I've had to kind of pull back on. But of course, later down the line, you know, when you're a couple more worlds in, I expect the player to be able to do ridiculous things, so I'm not going to worry about that as much. But like for World 1, for example, it was taking people upwards of 10 hours to get through the first world, which I wasn't happy with, so I had to make a lot of things easier. And just, I've had dozens of people play test this game, and I've kind of gotten a consensus for where most people are at skill-wise, and I've been able to adapt it and have a better learning curve as the game progresses.
I'm recognizing some of this artwork.
Yeah. Are you? Any of this familiar? By the way, Evan Nave did the poses and the 3D animation for the Bowser there. I just sent him the model and he was like, yeah, I'll do that. And he presented a little earlier. So just a quick shout out to
Let me just interject here. Scoot over a little bit.
No.
This is a disclaimer for anyone who plans to play.
No. It's super easy.
This
it's a good game. Go and play it. Do it. No, it's fine.
Unbelievably hard. So if you have a lot of patience and like to die, this is the game for you. But I have to admire everything that he put into it. Amazing. I'm Constantine. I run the Sim Lab with these amazing professors, Dr. Bradford Toll, Christian Navarro, Doa Demerol, and all the others. But this game will break you. So that's the disclaimer that's needed, and I'm out.
Yeah, so as Constantine was saying, this is a really nice, kind of easy, low-key platformer to get you into kind of the genre. You know, nothing too difficult, just really easing you into it. And I think this is a good starting area if you're not super familiar with platformers yet. By the way, what you're watching here, this video, is a supercut. It is a full run-through of Worlds 1 and 2, but using the magic of Premiere, I cut out every single time I died so that it looks smoother for everyone watching at home. But I did die more than 0 times, I promise.
Well, so if the developer is dying a lot, it sounds like it's going to be challenging for a user like me or some of our friends out in the twitch.tv. How do you win this game?
Suffering, slow torture, patience, and humility.
Is there an ultimate boss level? Is there?
Yes. So after 8 worlds, so after 6 worlds, there are 2 secret worlds, so there's 8 total, but 6 canonical worlds. You get to the final boss, and then you kill the final boss, and you're like, wow, that was something. Okay. And that's really what I want you to feel at the end of this game. Wow, that was something.
Well, if I get to the final boss and my character dies, will I get respawned at that same place, or do I have to start?
So you'll see there's these little floppy disks all over the place. Whenever you shoot those, it saves your progress. So there's lots of them. And
that's intuitive.
Get to save often. Yes. Well, there's instructions at the beginning. The tutorial tells you how to do things, teaches you how to shoot and save. This is a puzzle. This is a really difficult puzzle. Don't stare at that too long, you'll go cross-eyed.
Okay. So it sounds like we have an open challenge from Constantine that this is the game you want to beat. This is the game that's going to give you a real challenge.
Yeah.
And you get a little bit of other games when you play this. We saw Bowser in here, or maybe a character that reminds us of Bowser, but maybe not necessarily that same graphic. So this can give us this can really tax our ability and give us a few stresses if we can beat this game that is apparently so challenging. So I'm imploring you, if you're watching this right now, go to itch.io Go to itch.io and download I Want to Make a Game with a capital A and play it. See if you can beat it. Can you beat it within 10 minutes, 30 minutes? Well, the developer thinks that's very funny since I mentioned something in less than an hour.
This super cut where I cut out every death is 12 minutes long.
So go to itch.io, download it, and see what you can do. See if you can beat this game that's been a challenge here from the Florida Poly Game Expo. And let us know. Give us a rating on itch.io and go to the stream chat and twitch.tv and give us some feedback. How long did it take you to beat it? Or did you give up after so many hours? We want to know that. All right, so you've had Jonathan Bacharach as a developer of I Want to Make a Game with a capital A. My name is Christian Navarro, and we're here at the 2020 Game Expo at Florida Poly University. Thank you for joining us today, and we'd like to hear from you in the feedback.
I have one more thing I want to say. I just noticed the chat over here. Kyle, aka Kyle. Got it. I read that so many times before I sat down here, and I just now figured out what this said. He says, question for the game creator. Scale from 1 to 10. How much does he enjoy torturing people with this game? Definitely a 14. Definitely
okay,
a 14.
So a 14 out of 1 through 10.
Yes. Yes. For sure. Yes.
So Kyle, make sure you download that, rate it, give us your feedback on it. Is this a hard game? Is it an easy game? Is it a fun game? Is it going to drive you batty? We want to know.
I want to know. Please tell me. Put in your comments. Go to the itch thread and for the game, just be like, wow, this game sucks. Don't talk to me again. I want to see that. Thank you.
Whatever it is, we want to hear from you. We want to see your ratings. At the end of the day, we're going to get our ratings and we're going to compile them and let you know how our game developers did. So again, my name is Christian Navarro. This is Jonathan Bacharach. Thank you for tuning in to the 2020 Game Expo at Florida Poly University.
Here at LaserCorp, we're at the chrome-tipped edge of innovation. We're proud to announce the introduction of our foolproof laser security system to our incredibly productive laser lab. LaserCorp, tomorrow's inventions, invented today.
Is this the right room? Ah, you didn't tell me there was going to be cameras.
All right, thank you for watching the Florida Poly Virtual Game Expo. We had to do things a little bit differently this year with the current world events has stopped us from having a physical game expo. But we still wanted to showcase the students' games, and we are very proud of all the students at Florida Poly in the game design and simulation concentration, along with the independent teams that submitted. I want to thank you for watching, and I want to thank those people who voted on our games. Thank you very much for participating. A special thanks to the Sim Lab workers. We have Keegan and Ryan, and Luke in the back. And then special thanks to our staff and faculty, Professor Navarro, Dr. Demerol, and Constantine. And of course, my name is Dr. Brad Toll. Thank you for watching. Just opening up to you guys, what was your favorite part of the Game Expo?
I mean, there were so many good games that we saw this year and this semester.
Yeah, they're really diverse.
Really diverse, really, like a lot of enthusiasm in the students. And the reality is, they make these things, along with all the other projects they have that, their STEM-related coursework here at Florida Poly, that's tough. It's not easy. So they have to overcome challenges as part of the learning process, but still getting a chance to show off their games and talk about the dynamics and talk about the process of making it and going through all of that is really, I think, an awesome experience for them. But it was also fun for us to put it together. This is actually the first setup for this because of COVID, so we had to kind of put it all together and make sure that we had all the pieces and parts, and we had a lot of fun doing it. But at the same time, there was a challenge, and that's what life is about, is doing that kind of thing.
I also want to point out, by the way, Luke, wave your hand. That guy is responsible for all the video switching. Without him, it could not have happened.
President of the Media Club,
yes.
Also. Awesome individual. In fact, you know what? So yeah, take that.
I think that one of the best things about the Game Expo is that not only did they learn a lot, but they also have something to put in their portfolio for when they are job searching. And not only that, they're also going to be able to do that in game design too, for later on. And I think that's really cool. Being able to just work on a project and then also show it off later on.
I had some students reveal to me that this was the first game they've ever completed from start to finish, or maybe even the first game they even started. So that's pretty impressive that they now have, as you mentioned, something on their portfolio, a full, complete game that they can be proud of. That's available to the public.
Yeah, getting a taste of creating something that some person might love is very important.
One of the things we emphasize in class too is finishing the project. We talk about how there's a lot of partially finished projects or partially finished games, and so one of the emphasis was make sure you finish the game. And I think within the time and resources available, I think the students all accomplished that.
So I think we're good, huh?
We're good?
Yeah.
Again, thank you for watching the Florida Poly Virtual Game Expo. Please play the games and please vote. And one more time, give a big hand to our staff and thank you.
Who's that back there?